ensure that we uphold regional and international commitments in the area of human rights and the principles of international humanitarian law. Thank you very much, Excellency.
To Her Excellency Ms. Yvonne Dausa, Minister of Justice of Namibia. You have the floor. Thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor to address the 49th session of the Human Rights Council on behalf of the Republic of Namibia and to join this hybrid high-level engagement in person. We are meeting at a time when states around the world continue to grapple with the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. While remarkable progress has been made in the development of effective vaccines, vaccination rates remain severely low in much of the developing world. Namibia is therefore pleased to note that part of the discussions at this session will be dedicated towards finding answers on how to ensure equitable and affordable access to vaccines for all countries. Namibia particularly looks forward to hearing best practices on tackling misinformation which perpetuates public apprehension and vaccine hesitancy. It is commendable that notwithstanding the challenges presented by the pandemic, the Human Rights Council continues to respond to a myriad of global human rights issues promptly and adequately. These efforts to promote the universal respect for the protection of all human rights reaffirms the indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated nature of human rights as sacrosanct. Namibia therefore extends our sincere gratitude to the Office of the Human Rights Commissioner for Human Rights and other stakeholders for the remarkable efforts undertaken during these difficult times and look forward to open dialogue in the spirit of mutual trust when addressing the issues facing us as a global community. Mr. President, during our tenure, Namibia actively engaged with the work of the Council. We did so in a spirit of cooperation with members and observer states as well as our important non-state actors. Currently, Namibia is a core group member of the sponsors on the right to adequate housing and on freedom of opinion and expression and will continue to constructively participate on resolutions and other initiatives that align with our human rights obligations and priorities. Mr. President, the Universal Periodic Review remains a priority for Namibia. We consider the mechanism a unique platform for constructive dialogue between states. In May 2021, Namibia underwent its third cycle review. We accepted over 80% of the recommendations received, which reaffirms the commitment of the Namibian government to improve the human rights of all persons within its territory. Where we have lapses, we intend to accelerate improvement. This includes, and with assistance of the OHCHR, the development of a national recommendations tracking database. The right to life and human dignity are twin rights of global significance. Their promotion and protection guards our human existence. This is the reason for Namibia's consistent appeal during our participation in the UPR working group sessions that states reconsider the imposition of the death penalty. In particular, we recognize the strides made in some countries to reduce the number of executions and to place moratoriums on the imposition of the death penalty where applicable. Mr. President, Namibia recognizes the important role special procedure mechanisms of the Council plays in the protective mandate. It contributes to enhance human rights protection and promotion and provides important information that guides states' interventions. We have therefore, during the third cycle review, accepted the recommendation to consider issuing a standing invitation to all special procedures and mandate holders. To date, Namibia has had 4 visits from special procedures and mandate holders. A scheduled visit from the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The rescheduling of this visit is in the pipeline. Mr. President, as states, our collective aim is to promote and protect the human rights of all people, irrespective of origin, ethnicity, or race. Namibia's metaphoric reference to the Namibian house is intended to buttress that no one should be left out. It is therefore appalling and unacceptable that people continue to suffer racial and systemic discrimination around the world in the era of a global human rights culture. Namibia therefore remains committed to the full implementation of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action, which embodies the firm commitments made by the states to rid the world of the scourges of racism, xenophobia, and related intolerances at the national, regional, and international level. We must jealously guard against attempts to undermine the legitimacy of the DTPA as one of the main instruments to combat the pandemic of racism around the world. Mr. President, as a country that played a pivotal role in shaping the women, peace, and security agenda at the United Nations, Namibia has adopted the National Action Plan in this regard and established the International Women's Peace Center in our capital, Windhoek. It is this firm view that we, as part of a core group of states here at the Human Rights Council in 2020, recognize that the Women, Peace and Security agenda is essentially about redefining the role of women and girls in conflict and post-conflict situations and increasing efforts to protect them. Noting the progress made thus far, more can and must be done to enhance the participation of women, girls, and the youth in political decision-making processes and peace-building efforts. The representation of women within the high-level structures of the United Nations would provide good impetus for countries to follow suit, as it will sample the importance of our collective duty to ensure full universal participation and gender equality. Challenges of gender-based violence and sexual violence continue to seriously impact the implementation of policy, legal and social mechanisms to advance the human rights of women and girls. Namibia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to support all efforts aimed at the elimination of all forms of gender-based and sexual violence, ensuring women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. Mr. President, climate change, environmental degradation, and pollution remains among some of the most pressing challenges the world is confronted with today. They pose a serious threat to our and future generations, and this impacts on all of us, and Namibia is no exception. We are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. In recent years, we have consistently experienced floods, droughts, veld fires, and increased human-wildlife conflict. These have had adverse effects on our communities, the economy, infrastructure, and the environment, which invariably affects our development priorities in the country. Namibia is therefore committed to Goal 13 of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the implementation of climate change mitigation mechanisms, to fast-track the recommendations of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Namibia set up the Environment Investment Fund to oversee the mobilization and usage of climate action financing intended for green projects in the country. Namibia is also extremely pleased with action of this Human Rights Council at its 48th session, which established the first ever special rapporteur on climate change and human rights, and recognized that access to a healthy environment is an important human right. In Namibia, access to a healthy environment is a constitutional imperative. The state has a very clear role to play for, among others, the maintenance of a healthy ecosystems and to sustainably develop the natural resources of Namibia for the benefit of present and future generations. Additionally, Namibia has made significant progress in incubating renewable energy assets in the form of green hydrogen and ammonia as part of its energy transition through green industrialization. Mr. President, the devastating impact of corruption on human rights is undeniable. The fulfillment of human rights obligations and meeting the aspirations of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development will contribute greatly to fight against corruption. With a goal to protect public resources aimed at improving lives and livelihoods, Namibia is making steady strides towards curbing corruption in public offices. Namibia remains deeply concerned about the negative impacts of unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of all human rights. We therefore once again call on sanctioning countries to remove the illegal sanctions imposed on Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe. There is simply no justification to maintain these sanctions, as it inhibits the ability of sanctioned states to effectively promote and protect human rights, especially in the face of a pandemic where livelihoods have been disrupted and the right to life itself is at stake. Mr. President, the responsibilities of businesses to respect human rights have increasingly come under scrutiny over the past few years, as their desire to maximize profits often overlook human rights considerations. Therefore, the work of the Intergovernmental Working Group mandated to develop a legal binding instrument on transnational corporations and other business enterprises is critical, and we should all throw our weight behind it. Namibia, as per our state practice, will keep on with its constructive engagement in this process. We will also continue to support all initiatives aimed at making the right to development a reality. Mr. President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob often remarks that Namibia is a child of international solidarity, midwifed by the United Nations. As a country that knows too well what it is to be denied the right to self-determination, we continue to advocate for the realization of this right for all peoples who still live under illegal occupation. In this light, Namibia remains committed to the cause of the people of Palestine and that of the Sahrawi people of Western Sahara. As a living testament of what international solidarity can do for a people, we call on the international community to work to realize the right to self-determination for the people of Palestine and the people of Western Sahara. We further call on all states to denounce and refrain from supporting apartheid by Israel against the Palestinian people. We echo the call that the International Criminal Court's investigations into the alleged international crimes committed in the occupied Palestinian territory must include apartheid as a crime against humanity. In closing, Mr. President and distinguished dignitaries, allow me to emphatically underscore Namibia's commitment to the promotion, protection, and fulfillment of human rights. True to our pledges when we joined the Human Rights Council in 2020, Namibia will continue to make positive contributions to the debates of this August House during and outside of the ordinary sessions. I wish you effective deliberations and fruitful engagements during this session. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Y ahora tiene...
I now would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bahrain. You have the floor, sir.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellency Federico Villegas, President of the Human Rights Council, Your Excellency Michelle Bachelet, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may the peace and mercy and blessings of Allah be upon you. I'm pleased to extend you, sir, our sincere congratulations on your election as President of the Council, wishing you and the members of the Council every success in your work. And at the outset, I would like to commend the efforts of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Michelle Bachelet. Mr. President, wars and conflicts have been ongoing in the Middle East for over a decade, leaving millions dead, injured, refugees, or displaced. They deprived millions of young people from education, healthcare, shelter, peace, and security. This made peace one of the most important solidarity rights to build a world of tolerance, equality, and hope for a better life and environment, free from armed conflicts, terrorism, and fanaticism. From this standpoint, the Kingdom of Bahrain is working to support the efforts aimed at supporting peace in the region and the world, and to maintain international peace and security, to develop relations amongst nations, and to achieve international cooperation. guided in this by the Charter of the United Nations and relevant international and regional covenants. This is based on the wise approach of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa to consolidate noble human values and principles such as tolerance, peaceful coexistence, brotherhood, and cooperation among peoples of the world, as well as through establishing mechanisms to achieve these honorable goals. Examples are the establishment of the King Hamad Global Center for Peaceful Coexistence, the establishment of Sheikh Isa Award for Service to Humanity, the issuance of the Declaration of Kingdom of Bahrain, and the establishment of King Hamad Chair for Interfaith Dialogue and Peaceful Coexistence at the Sapienza University in Italy. The Kingdom is proud of its continuous efforts to protect and promote human rights. Based on the principles stipulated in the National Action Charter, the Kingdom's Constitution, and the applicable legislation, and its commitment to international treaties and conventions related to human rights. This in order to build a society in which the principles of the state of justice, law, and institutions prevail, as well as to work towards strengthening the system of human rights and the advancement of the Kingdom's human rights record. Mr. President, the exceptional global circumstances that arose from the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as its negative effects, have presented countries of the world with difficult channels to uphold the necessary measures to ensure the protection of humans and the preservation of their health and safety. Within the framework of the directives of His Majesty the King, the government of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and under the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, we have taken measures to address this pandemic in a planned and effective manner. We have placed at the forefront of our priorities the preservation of human rights to health and safety, including citizens and residents alike. The shelters, testing, treatment, and free vaccinations that were necessary for citizens and residents were provided without discrimination. Mr. President, the government has continued its efforts in developing the legislative system relating to the enhancing the protection of human rights, with a law on alternative sentences and measures being issued in 2017 and amended in 2021. It is a pioneering step in the field of reforming and rehabilitating those convicted of offences, returning them to their social environment and their normal life. The number of people who have benefited from the application of this law has reached 3,826, 60% of whom have completed the alternative sentence decreed by the judiciary. And this is a significant indicator of the success of this humanitarian program. The Kingdom has also continued in its great progress in the field of combating the trafficking in persons, and was designated for the 4th consecutive year within Tier 1 in the annual report of the U.S. State Department on Trafficking Persons, which is the highest annual international classification in this regard, making the Kingdom unique in this achievement amongst countries in the Middle East and North Africa region. Mr. President, efforts to support the advancement of women have witnessed a qualitative step that began 2 decades ago with the establishment of the Supreme Council for Women, and this developed national policies and qualitative plans to enhance women's rights, especially the National Plan for the Advancement of Bahraini Women, approved by His Majesty the King, and which in cooperation video has been stopped. Interpreter cannot hear the speaker.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would now like to give the floor to the head of the Cypriot delegation, His Excellency Mr. Ioannis Kasoulides, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cyprus. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address the 49th high-level segment of the Human Rights Council. Unfortunately, the continuously unfolding events of the last days render my physical presence impossible. The Human Rights Council is the epicenter of international dialogue and cooperation on all issues pertaining to the protection of human rights, their universality and indivisibility. The work of this Council, therefore, is about getting the standards and pushing the boundaries in order to bring out the best in humanity and to help unleash the full potential for good in our societies to ensure that the future will be brighter than the past. Yes, what we are witnessing in the last week is the unfold suffering and misery brought by war. The Republic of Cyprus unequivocally condemns Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a flagrant violation of international law and the rules-based international order. The protection of the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of all states constitutes a fundamental principle for Cyprus. Allow me to echo the call of so many before me to the Russian Federation to immediately end hostilities and return to the path of diplomacy. Cyprus stands in solidarity with Ukraine and its people. It is important to hold an urgent debate on the situation of human rights in Ukraine during the current session. Dialogue is the only way to bridge differences and diminish the plague of polarization and war that unfortunately has beleaguered our work and our world. Strengthening rules-based multilateralism is the only way to effectively address global issues. Cyprus has been living as a victim of foreign aggression, occupation, almost for the last 50 years. The consequences and human rights violations on behalf of Turkey since 1974 are still much felt today. The fate of half of Cyprus's missing persons has yet to be determined. Those forcefully displaced by the Turkish army are not allowed to return to their homes and properties. The demographic structure in violation of the Geneva Conventions continues to be re-engineered through illegal colonization by settlers. Threats to settle the ghost town of Varosha and in breach of relevant Security Council resolutions and the 1987 resolution of the Commission of Human Rights that expressly condemns any attempts to settle any part of Varosha by people other than its inhabitants as illegal and calls for the immediate cessation of such activities. Mr. President, COVID-19 has shown a light on a wide array of deep structural inequalities and has inevitably had socioeconomic consequences, both between countries as well as internally within societies. Its impact on social, economic and cultural rights has been immeasurable, as it has on civil and political rights. Allow me to seize this occasion to express our concerns regarding these negative trends and point out that Cyprus will continue to raise its voice with regard to the need for protecting the most exposed and most vulnerable groups within society, including women, members of the LGBTI community, children, and persons with disabilities. Conflicts, crisis, and instability put the fundamentals of human rights under threat. Cyprus, in seeking to become a member of this Council for the first time between 2025 and 2027, wishes to see these issues placed high on our common agenda. Mr. President, Cyprus lies just 60 miles off the coast of Syria, which for over a decade of conflict has been beleaguered by continuous human rights violations and abuses to international humanitarian law that no amount of humanitarian assistance can redress. The effects of foreign occupation, multiple and competing power centers, massive displacement, radicalization, migration and social and demographic engineering practices augment the fragmentation as civilians on the ground continue to suffer. As regards Libya, it is imperative that a new date of the postponed elections is announced, as the growing uncertainty could spiral into violence. Meanwhile, the presence of foreign armies and militias must be addressed without delay. Improving the human rights situation in Libya remains an important topic for the Human Rights Council, and the fact-finding mission's work towards the end is indispensable. The recognition in September of the right to a healthy environment is a timely achievement. The creation of a special rapporteur on climate change was crucial, as it is imperative to have a human rights-based approach to mitigating the effects of climate change and raise international awareness. Migration will remain a challenge in the years to come. We must all remind ourselves of our obligations regarding international protection and respect of the principle of non-refoulement. We are extremely concerned about the exploitation and abuse of migratory flows by human traffickers, as well as the political instrumentalization of migration by certain states. We call for this abuse to be stopped, and the only way to do this is for states and stakeholders across the multilateral arena to work together. Before concluding, I wish to highlight that during this session of the Human Rights Council, Cyprus, together with a cross-regional core group comprising also Argentina, Ethiopia, Greece, Iraq, Ireland, Italy, Mali, Poland, and Switzerland, will be presenting the triennial initiative on cultural rights and the protection of cultural heritage. We look forward to engaging in good faith with each and every one of the UN member states during the informal consultations and aspire to receive broad support for this resolution during the current session, as well as was always the case in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, Cyprus will continue its active engagement in the Council in order to strengthen the promotion and protection of human rights across the world. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergey Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. You have the floor, Excellency.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had hoped that after a 2-year gap I would be able to participate in the work of the United Nations Human Rights Council in person. However, I'm compelled to address you by video. The reason for this is the outrageous measures by the European Union to refuse to respect one of the fundamental human rights, the right to freedom of movement. Members of the European Union have chosen a unilateral path of illegitimate sanctions, using them to evade a direct, honest, face-to-face dialogue which they clearly apprehend. The situation in the world is not getting any easier. It is deteriorating. The main reason for this is that the US and its allies continue to aggressively impose the so-called rules-based world order on the rest of the participants in interstate communication. What this order does to human rights is illustrated by the example of Ukraine. It is precisely the policy of the collective West, led by Washington, that has led to the Kiev regime's going to wage war against its own people since 2014, against all those who don't agree with the neo-Nazi values of the Maidan, with the criminal policies of the Ukrainian authorities who systematically violate basic human and minority rights, UN and OSCE commitments, and even their own constitution. The ultranationalists and neo-Nazis who seized power in Kiev in a Western-backed coup have unleashed true terror. It is impossible to recall the terrible tragedy in Odessa on the 2nd of May 2014 without shuddering. At the time, peaceful protesters were burned alive in the trade union house. The perpetrators of this atrocity are known by name. They even posed for cameras, but so far they have not been punished. The mass graves discovered there are irrefutable evidence of the criminal consequences of the heavy shelling of civilian sites in Donbass. A forensic medical examination has established that the majority of the dead were women and elderly people. Our Western colleagues simply ignore the numerous cases of these blatant violations of fundamental rights, the right to life. Attempts to draw the attention of the Human Rights Council to these atrocities that have been carried out for 8 years have been met with indifference. The Ukrainian regime has pursued a course of aggressive de-Russification and forced assimilation throughout these years. People who consider themselves Russians and would like to preserve their identity, language and culture are told they are strangers in Ukraine. Zelensky called them specimens and advised them to move away to Russia. He initiated the adoption of a law on indigenous peoples, amongst whom there is no place for the Russians who have been living on these lands for centuries. And this is quite in the spirit of lawmaking in Nazi Germany. The Russian language is being banished from schools and universities, from the public sphere, from everyday life. Situations are not uncommon in which the right to speak your native language can cost you not only your job, your health, but also your life. Just imagine if Ireland banned English, Belgium banned French, and Italian banned German. It is simply impossible to imagine. The frontal attack against the Russian language in Ukraine is not repulsed by the enlightened West and is even encouraged by some. Any sign of dissent has the most serious consequences. The process of cleansing the government of undesirable and disloyal officials takes place on a regular basis. The main assistance provided here is from the law on lustration adopted by the Verkhovna Rada. Other legislative acts are produced which allow the regime's security agencies to crack down on dissent and persecute the opposition. The authorities impose bans on TV channels and mass media and carry out repressions against their own citizens, including members of parliament. Is this not a violation of the freedom of speech, the right to express one's opinion? Lies about the Second World War are being shamelessly propagated. The local henchmen of Hitler are being hailed as heroes, while the real anti-fascist heroes are consigned to oblivion. Monuments to the victors of fascism are demolished. War criminals who fought in the ranks of the Third Reich are glorified. The latest demonstration of this course was the submission by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine to the Verkhovna Rada on the 23rd of February of this year of the draft law on the withdrawal of Ukraine from the agreement on the commemoration of the causes and heroism of peoples in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945. Against this background, the conduct of Zelensky, who had the conscience to declare on that selfsame day that he was honoring the memory of his grandfather who fought in the Red Army to liberate the Soviet Union and Europe from fascism, is the height of blasphemy. The Kiev regime has even introduced itself into the sensitive, intimate sphere of people's spiritual world. Discrimination on the basis of religion is intensifying. The former authorities, led by Poroshenko with the support of Washington, implemented a church split, creating the so-called Orthodox Church of Ukraine. Laws against the canonical Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate have been initiated. Churches that belong to it are seized, millions of parishioners and clergy are persecuted. What is this but a violation of the freedom of religion? All these massive and systematic attacks on the rights and freedoms and the consistent dissemination of neo-Nazism are carried out with the open connivance of the United States, Canada and the European Union, which arrogantly declare themselves the standard bearers of democracy. The international human rights mechanisms of the United Nations, the Council of Europe and the OSCE have been unable throughout these years to find the courage to respond appropriately to the outrageous lawlessness in Ukraine, and they have also been under the pressure of the countries mentioned above. The West began to turn a blind eye to what was happening in February 2014 when radicals carried out an unconstitutional coup d'etat and tore up the agreement reached with the then Ukrainian president, backed by EU guarantees. Once in power, the coup plotters proclaimed an alliance with the West and immediately launched an attack on the Russian language, intending to expel anything that was Russian from Crimea and deploying armed militants there. The eastern regions of Ukraine that did not accept the coup were accused of terrorism, even though they did not attack anyone. On the contrary, punitive units were deployed against them and their cities were bombed with aircraft, artillery, and multi-rocket launchers. They destroyed civilian buildings, schools, and hospitals. Civilians were killed. An inhumane economic, transport, and food blockade was imposed on the Donbass. The Kiev regime got away with all of this. International bodies were, at best, limited to sterile appeals to both sides. It is clear that under these conditions, the residents of Crimea and Donbass had no other choice. In March 2014, the overwhelming majority of Crimean residents expressed their views in full compliance with international law in favor for the incorporation of the peninsula into Russia. The implementation of the right of peoples to self-determination is enshrined in the UN Charter, and this allowed them to defend their right to life, to the free use of their mother tongue, their traditions, their history and culture. In response, Kiev blocked the North Crimean Canal, the main source of fresh water for the inhabitants of the peninsula, and once again everyone was silent, forgetting about the 5 international conventions that enshrine the human right to safe drinking water. As to the residents of Donbass, after the Minsk package of measures approved by the United Nations Security Council in February 2015, they hoped that they would be heard and that justice would prevail, that Kiev would engage in a dialogue with its citizens, the people of Donetsk and Luhansk, and begin to implement all the other obligations under the Minsk agreements, which, however, Kiev has directly sabotaged with the direct support of the West and has continued armed provocations. Recently, the Ukrainian regime's criminal actions have intensified dramatically. As a consequence, since mid-February alone, more than 100,000 refugees from Donbass have found refuge in Russia. We have collected a solid body of evidence of gross mass violations of human rights committed by the Kiev authorities. An online exhibition of documents and photographs exposing the atrocities committed by the Ukrainian military and neo-Nazi volunteer battalions has been launched on the website of the Russian Permanent Mission in Geneva. I urge all those who care about human rights to see this exhibition in order to discover the truth which the Kiev regime, its patrons, and unfortunately most of the Western media are studiously trying to conceal. In a context of a gross violation of the rights of Russian and Russian-speaking citizens of Ukraine, the 8-year war unleashed against them with all the characteristics of genocide, the persistent refusal of the West to call the Ukrainian authorities to order, and the absence of any reaction from the UN, the OSCE, and the Council of Europe human rights structures, Russia could not remain indifferent to the fate of the 4 million-strong Donbass. President Putin decided to recognize the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, and in response to an appeal by the leaders of the DPR and LPR to launch a special military operation to protect these inhabitants in accordance with the Treaty on Friendship and Mutual Assistance concluded with these republics. The purpose of our action is to save these people by fulfilling our obligations as allies and to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine so that such a thing will never occur again. This is particularly relevant in the light of the fact that this country is being dragged into NATO, that the country is being flooded with offensive weapons, and this is a country which has openly made territorial claims against the Russian Federation and threatened to use force and to acquire military nuclear capability. Regarding the campaign launched against the alleged violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, whose initiators show complete indifference and contempt for human rights, violations, I would like to draw your attention to the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the UN Charter. This document, approved by a consensus resolution of the UN General Assembly, stipulates that the principle of respect for territorial integrity applies to, and I quote, states which respect in their actions the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and therefore have governments which represent without distinction as to race, creed, or color the people who inhabit the territory, end quote. The Kievan neo-Nazi government clearly was not and is not a government of the peoples of Ukraine. The US and its allies, who are directly responsible for numerous violations of human rights and international humanitarian law and crimes that has made victims of hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in Yugoslavia, Iraq, Libya, and Afghanistan, are once again demonstrating their double standards. The current regime in Kiev is a vivid example of the fact that when you are a loyal vassal of a hegemon and participate with particular zeal in serving his policy of containing Russia, everything is allowed to you. You can trample any human rights, freedoms, simply kill people, cultivate neo-Nazi traditions and routines, and in exchange for your unquestioning loyalty and obedience, the civilized West will turn a blind eye to all your actions. Moreover, the other day, in a Russophobic frenzy, the European Union decided to supply Kiev with lethal weapons. For us, the life of every Russian, Ukrainian, and every citizen of Donetsk and Luhansk is no less valuable than the life of a European or an American. As President Putin has repeatedly stressed, that we have an unwavering respect for the Ukrainian people, their language and traditions. We do not intend in any way to infringe on the interests of the citizens of Ukraine with whom we are united, not only by a common history, civilizational, spiritual and cultural affinities, but also simply by blood and family ties. Millions of Ukrainian natives live in Russia today. They are native for us. We regard them as ours. Together we have always been and will be many times stronger and more successful. The main thing is to stop the attempts of the temporary powers that have illegally seized power to betray the fundamental interests of the Ukrainian people and to pursue a policy of turning their country into an anti-Russia to please the West. The real hysteria observed in NATO and in the EU today confirms that it was and still is the aim of the US and its allies, built by Washington, to create an anti-Russia. As you know, at Zelensky's request, negotiations have begun between Russian representatives and the Kiev delegation. I hope that the Ukrainian party is aware of the seriousness of the situation and of its responsibility and realizes the need to show its autonomy and its ability to negotiate and to avoid a repetition of history with the Minsk agreements. I would like to conclude by recalling that human rights are a universal constant. They cannot depend on the selfish ambitions of a select few who seek to rewrite the 1948 Universal Declaration, to twist it to their liking and replace it with their own rules. The consensus then achieved lies at the basis of all of our collective work. The role of the UN Human Rights Council is to ensure commitment to our common values and not to the narrow values of others, to promote a mutually respectful debate without any politicization or double standards, and to ensure that human rights issues are not used to interfere in internal affairs. This is the only way to seek justice in any issue that affects people's core interests and fundamental rights. Whether it is the shameful institution of statelessness in Europe, the growing movement for the revival of Nazism, or the West's obsession with unlawful unilateral sanctions, whose targeting of ordinary people can no longer be concealed. These unlawful restrictions are no longer limited to financial and economic bans. They also extend to cultural, sports, tourism, educational, and the informational areas, and in general, they extend to all human contacts. The West has clearly lost control of itself in its desire to vent its anger on Russia, and has gone to the extent of destroying all the institutions and rules it has created, including the inviolability of property. The arrogant, exclusive, and permissive philosophy of the West must come to an end. The sovereign equality of states is a key principle of the UN Charter. It fully applies to the work of the Human Rights Council. Russia is always open to an equal, mutually respectful discussion on any issue and is ready to seek a fair balance of interests.
Spasiba. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jeppe Kofod, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, who will address the Council. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues. We meet in a tragic time in history. We are all devastated by the Russian attack on the sovereign nation and people of Ukraine. In images which were broadcasted all over the world, we saw families separated and children seeking shelter in Kiev's subway system. We saw kindergartens destroyed by Russian ordinances and giant holes blown in the middle of residential buildings in the center of the capital of Ukraine. We are outraged by the indiscriminate attacks on civilians in this unlawful and immoral war of conquest. It serves no purpose and no principle but the naked quest for power. And we are outraged by President Putin's unfounded claims of genocide. These are obvious lies in bad faith. Future generations will judge us by the decisions we make in the coming hours and days. Every minute means more innocent civilians harmed, killed, and displaced. They will ask if we did enough to support Ukraine when it mattered the most. And this is what I ask of you now. As the Foreign Minister of the Russian Federation has just addressed this Council, I want to make it very clear. We condemn in the strongest possible terms this unlawful, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces. I am deeply appalled by Russian actions. The Council decided yesterday to hold an urgent debate on the human rights situation in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression. This shows once again that the Council acts promptly and appropriately, and it shows that the Council will address violations of the rights of those it is here to protect. We must protect human rights of Ukrainians and everyone worldwide, offline and online. This includes to counter the spread of Russian disinformation. The Russian aggression in Ukraine is sadly not the only situation that we meet to address today. It is deeply worrying to see the increasing violence of freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of information, and freedom of religion or belief. These freedoms and rights must be protected by a full engagement from the entire international community. Mr. President, I've already spoken about Russian aggression in Ukraine, but inside Russia, we also urge the authorities to guarantee the right to peaceful assembly and freedom of speech, and to release all peaceful protesters immediately. This has only become more urgent during the last week. And in Belarus, a regime that is supporting Russian aggression in Ukraine and oppresses the Belarusian people's rights to oppose, we will continue to hold those responsible for violations of human rights accountable. Mr. President, beyond the tragic and appalling violations related to the Russian aggression, we unfortunately continue to be concerned by violations in many other places. In China, we are deeply concerned about the situation and reiterate our call for meaningful access to Xinjiang for the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We call for democratic freedoms and rights to be restored and peacefully exercised in Hong Kong. In Myanmar, Denmark calls on the military regime to immediately end all violence, release all arbitrarily detained, restore civilian government, and respect human rights and the rule of law. And Denmark is also deeply concerned about the current situation in Afghanistan and the increasingly systemic violations of rights of the Afghan people, in particular women, girls, and minorities. In Ethiopia, we note that the government has taken some positive steps, but Denmark remains deeply concerned about human rights violations and abuses in the northern part of Ethiopia. We urge all parties to the conflict to cease hostilities, seek a negotiated settlement, and respect the human rights, security, and safety of civilians. Mr. President, in these times of tragedy in Europe, imposed upon the Ukrainian people by the Russian aggression, we remain deeply committed to human rights, and we will continue our long-standing engagement in the Council from the Danish side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Y ahora le doy la palabra.
I now call on Mr. Alexander Schallenberg, Minister for Europe and Foreign Relations of Austria.
Tiene la palabra.
You have the floor.
Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm addressing this Council at a time when the world is still in shock at the horrifying events in Ukraine. So let me first of all address this situation. The invasion of Ukraine by armed forces of the Russian Federation, in blatant violation of international law, is not only an attack on another sovereign and independent nation, it is also an attack against the aspirations of the Ukrainian people to freedom and democracy. We condemn these acts by Russia in the strongest terms and call upon President Putin to immediately stop this senseless war. The Russian military aggression will leave thousands dead, displaced or scarred for life, families torn apart and children traumatized. The historical revisionism, disinformation and the use of military force instead of diplomacy bring back the demons of the past, which we had thought to have left behind. In this dark hour, I wish to once again express Austria's full solidarity with Ukraine, the Ukrainian government and the people of Ukraine. This is why Austria fully supports the holding of an urgent debate of the Human Rights Council this week and the adoption of a resolution on this matter. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in these challenging times, we have to prove time and again that our joint commitment to the universality of human rights and the rule of law is at the top of our priorities. They are the fundamental pillars of any open and free society. Next year will mark the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Conference on Human Rights. 30 years on, human rights and the rule of law are experiencing significant challenges. Let me be clear, no crisis should prevent us from standing up and speaking clearly out for human rights. Austria has always been and always will be a strong supporter of the international human rights system. Together we need to stand up against any attempts to undermine our open and free societies. Alice, we have to acknowledge that the humanitarian situation in many places, such as Belarus, Syria, Yemen, Ethiopia, Myanmar, Nicaragua, and many others, is still alarming and requires our full attention. However, in doing so, we have to ensure that the Council addresses country situations in a holistic manner. Singling out or focusing on one country through a special agenda item, whereas neglecting human rights abuses in others, negatively impacts the Council as a whole and should be a matter of the past. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year we mark the 30th anniversary of the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to Minorities. And I am glad that during the current Council session, Austria will present a resolution focusing on minorities in conflict situations. We count on your support for this resolution. To adequately safeguard the rights of us all, we must also protect those who uncover and denounce violations and infringements: journalists, civil society, and human rights defenders. The number of reporters jailed for the work hit a new global record, and in the past 12 months alone, 46 journalists were killed in connection with their work. 10 years ago, we adopted the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists. Today, we have to make sure that this action plan remains the blueprint for our efforts to prevent, protect, and prosecute crimes against journalists and free media, also over the next decade. Therefore, Austria is proud to host, in cooperation with the UN Human Rights Office and UNESCO, a high-level conference in Vienna coming November, with the aim to renew and reinvigorate this action plan. Austria also continues to place women's rights and gender equality at the center of its foreign policy. Let me express my deep regret and concern about recent developments, especially, but not limited to, Afghanistan, where hard-won gains and achievements for women's rights are under threat. We will therefore continue, not least through our membership in the Commission on the Status of Women, to work intensively to strengthen the rights of women and girls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. The universal character of human rights is not subject to negotiations. Attempts to challenge it are unacceptable. We can only move forward on our common commitment to human rights if we return to the spirit of Vienna, where all human rights are placed on an equal footing. The Secretary General has presented an ambitious pathway to achieve this goal with his call to action for human rights. We will continue to fully support the Secretary General in these efforts. In this context, digital technologies are a new test for all of us. We have to ensure a human rights-based approach to new technologies, guaranteeing that existing international legal norms are fully implemented and effective in all spheres of life. Whether something takes place offline or online should not make any difference as far as human rights are concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, Austria is proud to have served as a member of this Council for the last 3 years, and we will continue to be a steadfast ally in all international efforts to protect human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Y ahora tengo el honor de...
I now have the honor to call on Mr. Kunal Perute,
For Global Affairs and Diplomatic Strategies, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores.
Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. You have the floor, sir. Excellency.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to begin by congratulating you, Mr. Ambassador. I congratulate you on your election to guide our work at this Council, and I can assure you of Romania's wholehearted support. Protection and promotion of human rights, Mr. President, have become more important than ever today. And here I wish to commend the message we received from the United Nations Secretary General. And I reiterate our support for a global comprehensive system of human rights. This is something that my country is very much committed to, a rules-based human rights system that exists globally. We are fully committed to human rights, and we recognise its importance as one of the 3 pillars underpinning the UN system. I also wish to congratulate Madame Michelle Bachelet for the priceless work that she does in seeking to protect and promote human rights, especially in these very difficult times. we strongly support the independence of the High Commissioner and her office. Despite the turbulence of the period we're living through now, a period where we have to face many global challenges, despite all of that, the Council has proven to meet our expectations and to be up to its role, and that's very important. In the course of many meetings, we have reiterated our commitment to defend respect for human rights, international cooperation, equality and non-discrimination. Everyone should enjoy the right to live in peace and security. And today it is increasingly evident that we must all remain faithful to those commitments, to those universal values and fundamental principles. It is our duty to defend life, and it is our duty to protect international security. In recent years, we have seen pressure, we have seen threats and repeated conflicts in our world. And this has made our work ever more complicated in seeking to promote stability, development and peace.
Mr. President, 8 years since the illegal annexation of the autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation, we see yet another violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity through Russian Federation's recent unprovoked military attack against Ukraine and this decision to recognize the self-proclaimed separatist republics in Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine as independent entity. We are deeply concerned about the human costs of this aggression. We are also deeply concerned about its unpredictable implications on human rights and humanitarian situation in Ukraine. We welcome, therefore, the urgent debate on humanitarian human rights consequences of the Russian unlawful attack on Ukraine to be held later this week. It is the crucial duty of this Council to monitor and verify reports of human rights and humanitarian law violations. Mr. President, distinguished delegations, we are gravely worried about indiscriminate attacks on civilian areas, causing the loss of lives of many civilians and substantial damage to civilian infrastructure, such as hospitals. The Russian Federation should immediately halt indiscriminate attacks in violation of international law. We reaffirm our strong support for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Romania is in full solidarity with the people and the government of Ukraine. We call for an immediate cessation of aggression and the immediate withdrawal of the Russian armed forces. We will continue to support Ukraine alongside our international partners, and Romania is very committed to facilitate the safe entry of Ukrainian refugees, and we have taken measures to prepare for an increasing flow of people. The numbers are growing daily. We have also assisted many nations around the world and international organizations to evacuate their nationals or staff, and we will continue to do so. I also want to share our concerns regarding reports of hundreds and thousands of people arrested by the Russian authorities for exercising their basic rights to freedom of opinion, expression and peaceful assembly while protesting the war against Ukraine. All persons arbitrarily detained must be released immediately. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, a year ago we have announced Romania's candidacy to the Human Rights Council for 2023-2025 term. Our priorities are fundamental to the raison d'etre of the Human Rights Council, which is the meeting point of our promises of a safer future for our fellow citizens and for those without any protection. True to our solid support for human rights, democracy and the rule of law, Romania remains committed to work for their consolidation and enhanced resilience, taking into consideration also the impact of new technologies and the needed safeguards to prevent and fight threats. Our long-standing principled position to prevent and combat discrimination, racism and xenophobia will continue through preemptive positive approaches based on an inclusive agenda, education and strengthening the culture of tolerance. the recent adoption of the National Strategy for Preventing and Combating Anti-Semitism, Xenophobia, Radicalization and Hate Speech, as well as legislation introducing the study of Jewish and Holocaust history in high school, stands proof of our determination in this regard. The rights of women and girls remain one of our priorities. We approach gender equality and the fight against gender violence both as objectives of human rights and as prerequisites for social justice development, peace and progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda's targets. One ministerial portfolio in the Romanian government is dedicated to equal opportunities. Romania will continue to display efforts for achieving institutional gender parity, for women's access to public life or decision-making positions, for eliminating violence, discrimination, stereotypes, and pay gaps. New generations depend on our respect for women and girls' rights and their realization. Freedom of expression is today under a pervasive attack globally, irrespective of countries' GDP, digital accessibility, or other historical or cultural determinants. With so many visible basic deprivations or moral suffering people are confronted with, the risk of overlooking the realization of the freedom of expression is high. Conflicts begin and are fed in with misinformation, hatred, call to violence online and offline, with repressing dissent, curtailing the civic space or media freedom limitations. The freedom of expression is the cherished right and way of living liberty. It is the essence and the guarantee of any functioning democracy and pluralistic and open society. And Romania will stand for its respect at home and everywhere abroad. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, these are our priorities for our bid to join this prominent body. And we will continue to promote effective multilateralism in the service of the rules-based international order and for the benefit of our resilient democracies. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Tiene la palabra.
I now call on, representing the European Union, His Excellency Joseph Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Vice President of the European Commission. You have the floor.
We gather today at this 49th session of the United Nations Human Rights Council. The Russian Federation is pursuing its military aggression against Ukraine, including attacks on civilians. This is not only an attack on a free, democratic, and peaceful Ukraine, it's an attack on global stability and security, an outrageous violation of international law, and a violation of the basic principles of human coexistence. So let me begin by making it very clear the European Union condemns in the strongest terms Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine. We support the democratically elected government of Ukraine and its efforts to defend its territory and its people. We stand by the women and men of Ukraine whose courage and determination is an inspiration to us all. And we echo the United Nations Secretary General's appeal to Russia to stop its aggression and the High Commissioner's words of grave concern over civilian casualties and the human rights implications of Russia's actions. The Human Rights Council must address this crisis in all its aspects and do so now. While we are focusing on the war in Ukraine, we cannot forget other situations where basic human rights are being violated. Let me mention briefly some of them. First, in Belarus, more than 1,000 political prisoners have been locked up because they dare to protest peacefully, and independent media and civil society are being repressed. The Lukashenko regime is complicit in facilitating Russia's military invasion of Ukraine and should be held accountable for that. In Afghanistan, girls are prevented from going to schools, and human rights defenders, journalists and minorities are hiding or fleeing the country in fear of their life. In Myanmar, the military ignored the results of democratic elections and uses violence against its own citizens. In northern Ethiopia, a humanitarian emergency is happening before our eyes, with credible allegations of massive human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law. Moreover, we are seeing an attempt by some, Russia, to reshape the core principles of international relations. They seek to relativize key concepts of human rights and democracy, arguing that only states are sovereign, not people. If this revisionist campaign succeeds, we run the risk of moving back to an international order where might will be right. Let us remember that human rights are the law, are the international law, but they are much more than a law. They are about the dignity of human beings. They don't belong to any state. They don't belong to any system. They belong to the people, all people in the world. And on this I want to be clear. Human rights are universal and indivisible. They are the rights of all human beings. The European Union will not accept any effort to undermine fundamental freedoms or existing international human rights obligations. All members of this Human Rights Council and the United Nations Security Council must respect the responsibility and obligations that come with their membership. And this Council's mandate is to ensure that human rights are upheld everywhere and applied to everyone without any distinction between countries, and that means all human rights, economic, social, cultural, civil, and political, not only political, but also political. No country and no region has a perfect human rights record. No one of us is perfect. And that includes us, the European Union. Yes, we are not perfect. We have a lot of problems also. So I want to express the European Union full support for the High Commissioner Bachelet and to the independency of her office. Her office is the custodian of human rights norms, and the special procedures are the eyes and ears of the Council, and they must be allowed to do their work. Excellencies, multilateralism, with the United Nations at its core, remains the only way to achieve global peace, to achieve security and prosperity. And Russia's actions in Ukraine seek to make a mockery of multilateralism. And President Putin has shown his contempt for the United Nations Security Council. But no attempt by Russia, here in Geneva or in New York, to invoke international principles in justification will disguise the facts. The facts are the facts. And the action by President Putin and his government are the opposite of the principles on which the United Nations and this Human Rights Council are based. They must and will be held to account. I appeal to all United Nations members, big and small. I appeal to all of you to act with, to defend the principles and values of the United Nations at this Human Rights Council. Because global security only exists if it is based on human dignity and respect for universal human rights.
Thank you. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Belislava Petrova, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria. Welcome. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's a great honor to address the high-level segment of the Human Rights Council And let me use this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Viegas on assuming the presidency of the Council and wish him every success in this venture. For more than 15 years of its existence, the Human Rights Council has emerged as a fundamental pillar of the universal system for protection and promotion of human rights at a global scale. It has adopted numerous resolutions of major significance and has set up arrangements for the scrutiny of human rights issues and situations and the investigation into various crises. Throughout these years, Bulgaria has demonstrated its commitment to the respect and promotion of human rights and has always tried to contribute to the reinforcement and efficiency of their international protection, building on the values and principles of international human rights law and on the understanding that individual rights and freedoms are universal and interrelated. But as I'm speaking at this moment, a worst security and humanitarian military crisis is unfolding in Europe, challenging and threatening the rules-based international order we have been building over the past 30 years, and the very principles and values on which it is founded. As we have witnessed on multiple occasions, armed conflicts pose one of the gravest threats to the effective enjoyment of human rights, and the ongoing aggression against Ukraine is no exception in this regard. We condemn in the strongest possible terms this unprovoked military invasion of Ukraine, which represents a gross violation of international law. Bulgaria supports unconditionally Ukraine's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. Bulgaria urges Russia to cease the hostilities immediately, to withdraw from Ukrainian territory, and to fully comply with its obligations under international law, including the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Bulgaria deplores the negative impact Russia's invasion already has and will continue to have on the respect of human rights and on the humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine. We fully support Ukraine's request to the Human Rights Council to hold an urgent debate with a view to considering and adopting appropriate measures to address the gravity of the situation. The Council should remain seized with the matter until the problem is fully resolved. Bulgaria remains committed to the fight against COVID-19 pandemic and the efforts to overcome its socio-economic consequences. The respect for human rights is at the forefront of these efforts of the Bulgarian government. The goal is to provide all citizens with the best possible protection from the pandemic, including through access to information, medical care, vaccination, and social and economic compensations. School and university students, as well as other vulnerable groups, are in the focus of these efforts. International solidarity is also of crucial importance, and Bulgaria has contributed with vaccines, equipment, and other assistance to the efforts of many countries around the world to protect their citizens from the pandemic. Despite the pandemic, Bulgaria has kept its focus on combating all forms of racism, anti-Semitism, discrimination, intolerance, and hate speech. The institutions of the different branches of power work in close coordination to prevent and prosecute all such manifestations. The education of young people and the promotion of the traditional values of tolerance, mutual respect, and inclusion of the Bulgarian people benefit from a special attention. The act of racism, anti-Semitism, discrimination, intolerance, and hate speech remain rare in Bulgaria and do not go without appropriate reaction from the authorities and the society. Looking in the future, digital technologies are advancing ever more rapidly. The COVID-19 pandemic further accelerated this trend. This poses many new challenges in the sphere of human rights, and they require the special attention of the Human Rights Council. Likewise, the climate change and its universal negative impact on the humankind, including in the field of human rights, needs a more prominent place on the agenda of the Council. In this difficult period, the High Commissioner for Human Rights and her devoted staff deserve our appreciation and support for their relentless strive to advance the cause of human rights around the world. Mr. President, Bulgaria's first ever membership of the Human Rights Council successfully concluded last December. In 2021, the Bulgarian permanent representative in Geneva, Ambassador Sterk, served as a vice president of the Human Rights Council and a member of the Council's Bureau. During its membership in the Council, Bulgaria actively engaged in all initiatives related to the promotion and protection of the rights of the child, the equality of women and men, the empowerment of women, the rights of disabled persons, and the rights of other persons belonging to vulnerable groups. In a broader context, Bulgaria is convinced that human rights have a central place in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Bulgaria remains dedicated to these noble goals and to the highest international human rights standards. Building on the experience of the membership in the Human Rights Council during the past 3 years, Bulgaria is pleased to put forward its candidature for a membership in the Council for the term 2024-2026 and counts upon the valuable support of all UN member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Y ahora tiene la palabra.
I now call on Mr. Choi Jong-moon, His Excellency Choi Jong-moon, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, I very much appreciate this chance to address the Human Rights Council this year. I wish to thank High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet and the OHCHR for their tireless dedication to safeguard the human rights and dignity of those left behind. Last year, conflicts broke out in many parts of the world, which led to the suppression of civilians and attacks on human rights defenders. At the same time, the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic extended far beyond the area of health. The socio-economic crisis generated by the pandemic has led to increased inequality, discrimination, and poverty. For its part, the Council held 5 special sessions in an effort to deal with these and other urgent challenges to human rights. The Republic of Korea believes that the Council has an even greater responsibility in such time of crisis. We start this year with yet another human rights crisis unfolding in Ukraine. The Republic of Korea strongly condemns Russia's aggression, as it is a clear violation of the principles of the UN Charter. For this reason, the Republic of Korea voted yesterday in favor of convening an urgent debate on the situation of human rights in Ukraine. The ROK condemns all violations of international humanitarian law and human rights. The reports of civilian casualties are causes of grave concern. The use of force that causes innocent casualties simply cannot be justified under any circumstances. A rapid, safe, and unhindered access of humanitarian assistance to those in need in Ukraine are urgently needed in order to protect civilians. The ROK is also closely watching the somber situation in Myanmar. The serious human rights situation is continuing even after the 1-year anniversary of the military takeover. We stress the need to keep monitoring the situation in cooperation with the relevant mechanisms, such as the independent investigative mechanism for Myanmar. Meanwhile, the situation in Afghanistan remains worrisome. About 400 persons of merit who came from Afghanistan to Republic of Korea are settling in as members of the Korean society. However, let us not forget the people still in Afghanistan. The fundamental rights and freedoms of all Afghans, including women and girls, should be fully respected. Mindful of this, the Republic of Korea will pledge $35 million this year as part of its continuing assistance to mitigate the humanitarian crisis regarding Afghanistan. Distinguished delegates, COVID-19 is affecting every corner of the globe, and the DPRK is no exception. Republic of Korea has been closely watching the human rights and humanitarian situation in the DPRK with a profound interest and concern. We wish to underline that the international community should continue to engage the DPRK for substantially improving the human rights and standard of living of the people in the North. We also hope that the DPRK will respond to our calls for a lasting resolution to the tragedy of the separated families, which remains as one of the most urgent humanitarian issues on the Korean Peninsula. Distinguished delegates, over the years, the DRK has brought the Council's attention to new and emerging digital technologies and their human rights implications. 2 resolutions have been adopted with broad support. As a follow-up measures to the resolution, the first expert consultations will be hosted by the OHCHR next week, with a focus on the application of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights to technology companies. We look forward to the active participation of all stakeholders. Last but not least, the Republic of Korea wishes to stress the importance of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. Based on its historical experience, the Republic of Korea is firmly committed to advancing this agenda, especially by addressing conflict-related sexual violence around the globe. In this vein, the Republic of Korea, a strong advocate of the survivor-centered approach, launched the Action with Women and Peace initiative in 2018 and convened 3 international conferences so far to galvanize public awareness and political will on this issue. 3 decades ago, the late Ms. Kim Hak-sun became the first survivor of the so-called Comfort of Women to testify to the public her painful experience during World War II. The only way to pay tribute to these courageous survivors is to remember the atrocious acts perpetrated against them and restore their honor and dignity. With a greater sense of historical responsibility, we will continue to heed the voices of the survivors. Distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea will continue to play an integral part in the Council's noble work as a member of the Council. Our commitment to promote universal human rights lies at the very heart of our values. It would be an honor for us to stand here again as a member of the Council next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Agora tenho...
I now have the honor to call on His Excellency Francisco André, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Portugal. Welcome. You have the floor, Excellency. Mr. President of the Human Rights Council, Madam High Commissioner for Human Rights, ladies and gentlemen, President, I would like to express my best wishes as you carry out your functions. As President of this Council, you will always have the cooperation of Portugal. It is an honour for me to address the Human Rights Council on behalf of Portugal and in Portuguese. I do so, however, with sadness. We're living through a sombre moment, perhaps the most sombre in Europe since the Second World War. Once again, we see war in Europe, a war provoked by Russia, a war that is illegitimate and illegal in breach of international law and the United Nations Charter. Its impact has and will continue to have serious consequences. Portugal vehemently condemns Russia's military action in Ukraine. This unjustified aggression must stop now. We manifest our full solidarity with the Ukrainian people at this difficult time. Portugal stands ready to receive Ukrainians who wish to continue their lives in Portugal in safety. And Eastern Europe at this time, we see flagrant violations of human rights by Russia, and it is essential to uphold international law, international humanitarian law, international human rights law. Overcoming the pandemic gives us hope. This would not have been possible without international organizations, state, civil society, and the international community. We have all worked together. We congratulate the United Nations and the Secretary-General as well as the High Commissioner for their commitment and dedication to human rights during this fight against the pandemic. If COVID-19 taught us something, it is that human rights are present in all aspects of our lives, even those that go unnoticed. Protecting human rights and mitigating the negative effects of the pandemic has been an ongoing concern for Portugal and will be so in the recovery phase. We adopted a large number of measures to support persons in situations of greater vulnerability, such as migrants, asylum seekers, older persons, young people. These measures sought to prevent and combat domestic violence and prevent manifestations of hatred, xenophobia and racism. At the same time, we committed to supporting small island developing states and least developed countries in their efforts to fight this disease through providing resources and training health professionals. With the start of vaccine availability worldwide, we started to support vaccination internationally. Portugal has already donated more than 5.3 million doses of vaccines to 12 countries bilaterally and through COVAX and the European Civil Protection Mechanism. Likewise, during the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union the first semester of last year, promotion of human rights was at the forefront of our work. President, it is more evident than ever to focus on multilateralism with human rights at the centre of our efforts. We must learn from the pandemic to build back better, moving to a world that is more equal, more caring, more participatory, and without discrimination, violence, hatred, or prejudice. Without human rights, all human rights, civil, cultural, economic, political, and social, there will be no sustainable development. In the answer to climate change, I welcome the recognition by the Council a few months ago that there is a human right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment, a right that was recognised by the Portuguese Constitution in 1976, in fighting terrorism, in managing migration flows, in fighting fake news, in dealing with the challenges of the digital world, including attacks on press freedom and bullying and digital violence. This is also crucial. Portugal will remain at the forefront of supporting and contributing to multilateralism and an international agenda that is deeply rooted in human rights. Portugal thanks the Secretary-General for the document Our Common Agenda, which we fully support. We also support the implementation of the call to action for human rights. We will continue to back the universal system of human rights protection and its independence, the mandate of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the treaty bodies and the special procedures. The 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action will be an opportunity for the international community to strengthen its commitment to the human rights system in the United Nations. President, I call on everybody to participate in the 22nd of March panel discussion on the importance of robust, efficient public policies, adequate resources and fully operational services to protect economic, social and cultural rights and mitigate the impact of the pandemic, contributing to recovery. Together with a large group of countries, we last year co-sponsored a decision to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Trust Fund to support the participation of LDCs and CIS in the work of the Human Rights Council. The Council needs all countries, large and small. We will continue to include civil society in all our actions. We condemn all types of reprisals and restrictions on civil society participation. In Geneva, we continue to preside over the group of friends on national mechanisms for implementation, reporting and follow-up on international human rights obligations recommendations. We are proud that our own mechanism, the National Human Rights Commission, which I chair, means that Portugal has its obligations to the treaty bodies up to date, and we have greater internal coordination on human rights, including civil society. Over 150 years ago, Portugal abolished the death penalty. We were one of the first countries to do that. And we seek universal abolition as a primary goal of our international action. We will spare no effort in promoting gender equality and are fully committed to the fulfilment of the human rights of all women and girls. Combating all forms of discrimination on all grounds is a common denominator in all of Portugal's actions. In that respect, I wish to highlight last year's adoption of our first ever national plan on combating racism and discrimination 2021-25, and our commitment with South Africa to the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Durban Declaration. The right to education is a vital human right for the enjoyment of all other human rights. Portugal supports the Global Platform for Higher Education in Emergencies and its Rapid Response Mechanism, an initiative fostered by the late former Portuguese President Jorge Sampaio. Portugal prioritises the protection and fulfilment of the human rights of migrants, and we wish to point to the mobility agreement signed last year by the members of the Community of Portuguese-speaking countries. President, 2021 was a year with new conflicts, heightened tensions and intolerance, the erosion of democracy and setbacks in the protection of human rights, especially for women and girls. This year, 2022, which has just begun, brings us the spectre of war and its scenes of violence, destruction and horror. The unjustified, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by Russia is intolerable and unacceptable, and we call on Russia to end the military operation and the aggression, to respect international law. We stand with the people of Ukraine on the side of international law and respect for the Charter of the United Nations. We must act together to prevent human rights abuses and ensure that perpetrators are held accountable and victims protected and compensated. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Excellency.
Thank you, Excellency.
Pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Elizabeth Truss, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Welcome. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the UK is proud to defend and promote freedom around the world. We come here to the Human Rights Council to unite in this shared vision. Together, we have a moral duty to stand up to aggression, especially when it comes from members of this very council. We remain concerned about reports of violations from China, particularly Xinjiang and Tibet, and other parts of the world like Afghanistan and Myanmar. But today, we must face up to the urgent situation in Ukraine. As we speak, Russia continues with its illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. The consequences of Vladimir Putin's unjustified aggression are horrific. Russian troops are laying siege to once peaceful European cities. Tanks are tearing through towns while missiles hit homes and hospitals. Putin is responsible for civilian casualties and over 500,000 people fleeing, with the numbers still rising fast. The blood is on Putin's hands, not just of innocent Ukrainians, but the men he has sent to die. He is violating international law, including the UN Charter and multiple commitments to peace and security. He's violating human rights on an industrial scale, and the world won't stand for it. The UK stands united in condemning Russia's reprehensible behaviour. There are no shades of grey in this conflict. It is about right and wrong. This is President Putin's war against a sovereign nation. There can be no apologising or excusing it. I urge nations to condemn Russia's appalling actions and to isolate it on the international stage. Russia is now becoming a global pariah. Just last week, we joined over 40 countries at the OSCE in condemning its aggression. The Council of Europe also voted to suspend Russia. And at the UN, we joined over 80 members in backing a resolution condemning Russian aggression. Meanwhile, Russia stood alone in opposing it. This is the cost of isolation, and it's a consequence of Putin's war of choice. We must continue to lead a chorus of condemnation to show Moscow that Putin's ambitions will not succeed. This is a struggle, not just for Ukraine's freedom and self-determination, but for all our freedom and security. That is why the United Kingdom is proud to be at the forefront of support for Ukraine, economically, politically and defensively. We were the first European nation to send defensive weapons to the country, and we're leading the way on humanitarian support. We've just pledged £220 million, including providing Ukraine with access to basic necessities and vital medical supplies for aid. And we call on Russia to enable unhindered humanitarian access into Ukraine and safe passage for civilians. Now is the time to come together with a strong response. We've joined forces with the United States, with the G7, with the EU, and other partners to take decisive action through sanctions. Together, we are cutting out the vast majority of Russia's banking system from the global financial system. We're using our collective heft, making up over half of the world's economy, to cut funding from Putin's war machine. And we're delivering severe economic costs through these sanctions, as ordinary Russians are finding from queues at their local banks and rising interest rates. These consequences will only increase in breadth and severity as the conflict goes on. We are working to squeeze the Putin regime harder and harder by steadily tightening the vice. We're going after the highest echelons of the Russian elite, targeting President Putin personally and all of those complicit in his aggression. Nothing and no one is off the table. Yet we cannot pretend that this is the first time Russia has subjected Ukraine to such aggression. This Council has heard many independent reports about widespread violations by Russia since their illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014. The Office of the High Commissioner has documented arbitrary arrests, detentions, intimidation and torture. Ukrainian political prisoners remain detained in Russia and Crimea, and many are subject to torture and denied medical care. Such abuses are far from limited to Ukraine. Russia continues to show contempt for freedoms people deserve worldwide. It continues to undermine Georgia's territorial integrity in breach of UN resolutions. It remains responsible for widespread violations in Syria. This goes hand in hand with what is happening to Russian people at home. The Putin regime is dogged by allegations of arbitrary detention, police brutality and torture. It continues to suppress freedom across the board, from free speech to freedom of assembly. Political opponents like Alexei Navalny continue to face grave threats. There are reports of people from the LGBT community being arrested, tortured and killed in Chechnya. And the Kremlin continues to clamp down on civil society, shutting two of its oldest NGOs, International Memorial and the Memorial Human Rights Center. The Putin regime has left Russia's moral authority in tatters. It should be ashamed to sit in this chamber. We know many Russian people feel the same way, which is why thousands of people have been arrested across the country at anti-war protests. But no matter how hard the Putin regime tries, they cannot hide the truth. At this critical moment, members of this Council must make their voices heard. Together, we can stand up to Russian aggression and back the Ukrainian people. We cannot rest in this task until Putin is stopped. Now more than ever, his regime will be held to account for its actions in Ukraine and across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excelencia, señoras y señores.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last speaker on my list for this meeting. We will reconvene at 3 p.m. to continue the high-level segment. I hereby close the fourth meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. Thank you.
Gracias.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare open the fourth meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. We will continue with the high-level segment. I have the honour to give the floor to His Excellency Carlos Alvarado Quesada, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, by video statement. You have the floor, Your Excellency. President, High Commissioner for Human Rights, ladies and gentlemen, the brave and humanist path is peace. The bravest action a leader can take today is to withdraw soldiers and return them to their families, and not to kill. In only 4 days, over 300,000 people have left their homes in Ukraine and are now refugees. If the pandemic was not enough, we now need to look at the fact that there is the economic impact of this war being felt throughout the world. The economy of gas and oil are killing the planet. This is raising temperatures, and now this economy is leading to men killing each other. The safety of our planet is being jeopardized by human action. This means to say that the worst possible threat to our planet is the lack of sense. It seems as though the future lies with one man. He could protect the planet by withdrawing his soldiers and tanks. As a democratic republic for over 70 years with no army, Costa Rica rejects any aggression against any other states, and we resolutely condemn the aggression of Russian Federation by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. This is a violation of the United Nations Charter and a flagrant and egregious violation of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. This Council and the entire international community should deploy their efforts to ensure a sustainable ceasefire and to strengthen dialogue mechanisms so that further escalation of this conflict can be avoided. President, the Human Rights Council has gained strength as a multilateral forum for dialogue and consensus. Those are the prevailing values. Whenever necessary, we respect votes. This is a stark contrast to other regions of the world where there is no votes or there are authoritarian laws. They're imposed arbitrarily on opponents, on journalists and human rights defenders. In 2021, the Council adopted one of its most crucial resolutions since its inception, which was Resolution 48/13, the recognition of the human right to a healthy, clean and sustainable environment. This is going to strengthen the enjoyment and exercise of human rights throughout the world. It also increases environmental protection and the safety of those who fight to conserve natural resources, which enable us to have a dignified life in this planet. In the context of the debate to fight racial discrimination, Costa Rica has underlined how the Forum for Persons of African Descent is becoming more important as a place for dialogue so that we can build fairer, more accessible societies. We hope that there will be a rich debate which will feed into public policies, laws and dialogue fora so that we can combat racial discrimination. In addition, women, young people, children, persons with disabilities and human rights defenders need a strong commitment from us to increase the protection of their human rights. I trust that this session will be available, will be capable of fostering much greater progress. In Costa Rica, any person, be it a special rapporteur, independent expert or civil society activist, journalist or human rights defender, has and will continue to have an open door to visit us so that they can move around the country wherever they want without any conditions, with no monitoring of any kind by state officials. Because this is what breeds self-criticism and will enable us to make further progress. Costa Rica has and will always be a fervent, staunch defender of multilateralism and the international architecture which strives to foster peace, security, sustainable development and human rights protection of all persons without exception. In particular, those people who are most vulnerable, those people who have no voice, those whose cry of despair is drowned out by guns. We are running for election to the Human Rights Council for the upcoming period. This reflects our commitment to the international community and is at the very heart of our work to build peace. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency Geoffrey Onyama, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Nigeria. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, let me on behalf of the government of Nigeria congratulate His Excellency Mr. Federici Villegas for your well-deserved election as the President of the 16th cycle of the Human Rights Council. I take this opportunity to also congratulate other members of the Bureau for your elections. As you assume the responsibility of leading the work of the Council for the year 2022, please rest assured of Nigeria's unwavering support and cooperation in carrying out your mandate. Mr. President, tackling insecurity is one of the cardinal priorities of the Nigerian government, as peace and security are essential guarantees for the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms. To this end, the Nigerian security forces have continued to adopt appropriate measures to address the security challenges occasioned by terrorism and other acts of criminality. In its sincerity of purpose and commitment to the rule of law and the advancement of fundamental freedoms of its people, the government of Nigeria has embarked on tailored programs and projects, including the recently launched Integrated National Security and Waterways Protection Infrastructure, the Deep Blue Project, designed to secure Nigerian waterways to the Gulf of Guinea, as well as the massive recruitment of personnel into the Nigerian security services. Mr. President, combating illicit financial flows and ensuring the recovery and return of illicitly acquired assets have the potential to generate enormous resources for our economy and alleviate poverty as we continue to address the debilitating effects of the pandemic. Corruption across national borders has negatively impacted the peace, stability, and growth of many developing economies. It has deprived national governments of resources needed to upgrade livelihoods and alleviate poverty. This has also contributed to the rise of irregular migration, with far-reaching implications for the countries of origin, destination, as well as the host countries. Nigeria therefore underscores the need for solidarity and synergy among member states to stem the tide of illicit financial flows and ensure the unconditional repatriation of proceeds of corruption to countries of origin. Mr. President, the reason for the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action to vigorously combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance has sadly not been achieved 20 years after this important milestone. It is therefore imperative for states and other stakeholders to demonstrate real commitment to the effective and comprehensive implementation of this important document as a strident reminder of our commitment to the global fight against racism and racial discrimination, including the spread of fake news, hate speech, and incitement to hatred and violence. Nigeria strongly condemns all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, and reaffirms its unequivocal commitment to the effective implementation of the Durban Declaration. Mr. President, I also wish to take this opportunity to reiterate Nigeria's commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The promotion and protection of human rights are key elements in the march to sustainable peace and security, as well as the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Nigeria will continue to uphold the tenets of democracy and the principles of the rule of law and good governance. Mr. President, as I conclude, may I also underscore the importance of avoiding the politicization of human rights issues and the doublespeak that's found often in the international human rights system and advocacy. They are not synonymous with the ethos of multilateralism, and they're largely counterproductive to the time-honored principles of human rights. We remain assiduously committed to sincere international cooperation and respect to the sovereign equality of all nations as enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Nigeria will continue to deepen its commitment to multilateralism and promises to remain seized with the promotion and protection of human rights across the globe, particularly in its engagement with the Human Rights Council. I thank you for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
List the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic that was here just minutes ago. So we will move to... Could I ask, please, if the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic... I don't see him, so agora então.
So I would now like to give the floor to Her Excellency
Guatemala is not there.
Just a moment, please. Un momento, por favor.
So I'd now like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Adalgisa Magno, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Disculpe, un micrófono, por favor.
Please open the mic. Thank you.
Sua Excelência, Presidente.
Excellency, President of the Human Rights Council, Federico Villegas, distinguished colleagues and ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm particularly honoured to take part in the high-level segment of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. And I would like to take this opportunity now to congratulate Ambassador Federico Villegas on his election to the presidency of the Council. Before I begin my statement, I would like to express my deep concern and sorrow felt in Timor-Leste at the situation in Ukraine. We have borne witness to the consequences of foreign occupation, Timor-Leste recognises that war brings no benefits, so this is why we urge all parties to conflict to establish diplomatic talks in order to impose an immediate ceasefire. During these difficult times, we appeal for respect for human rights and international humanitarian law. Ladies and gentlemen, Timor-Leste's constitution commemorates its 20th anniversary on the 20th of May. It reflects the importance and the unique character of human rights. I would also like to recall that during our struggle for independence, the Timorese people suffered terrible human rights violations. And this was why we relied so much on international community's support. I would like to underscore the work been carried out by the Human Rights Commission to defend human rights in Timor-Leste between 1992 and 2005. This is why today's constitution, laws and foreign policy reflects our history. We cannot ignore the essential nature of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Timor-Leste has epitomized countries that have managed to overcome the obstacles on the path to peace and democracy, and we have shown unwavering commitment to human rights. Human rights, peace and security and development are closely intertwined and they feed into each other. We strongly support SDG 17, so we're focusing on the contribution of peace to sustainable development and the achievement of the 2030 agenda. Similarly, I'm honoured to refer to my country's recent participation in the third cycle of the Universal Periodic Review, which took place in January of this year. This reflects our commitment to the human rights mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, Timor-Leste is aware of the fact that we cannot refer to human rights without underscoring the human rights of women. The government has deployed efforts to promote the gender equality agenda. Amongst those, I would like to highlight the role of the Secretary of State for Equality and Inclusion, as well as certain national programs and policies, such as the National Plan for Women, Peace and Security and the National Program to Combat Gender-Based Violence. I would also like to underscore the fact that 40% of the members of our parliament are women. With regard to our national priorities, I would like to draw your attention to our country's constant efforts to protect children so that children's rights are respected and that their participation in all walks of life is enhanced. In order to achieve this aim, we have set up programs to facilitate birth registration, access to education, and to combat violence against children, including the drafting of the Children's Code, which prohibits corporal punishment. In addition, in 2021, we created the Institute to Defend Children, which replaced the previous Children's Commission. At the same time, we signed the Safe Schools Declaration, which seeks to protect schools during conflicts. When it comes to climate change, we are committed to integrating human rights into environmental laws and to including civil society in any decisions taken on the environment with a view to building greater resilience against the disastrous effects of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be remiss of me not to refer to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. It highlighted how fragile basic rights such as the right to life and the right to move freely are. I would like to refer to how proud I am of the measures taken by Timor-Leste, which with the support of the international community took measures to fight the pandemic based on the values of proportionality and non-discrimination. Similarly, we adopted an economic recovery plan in 2020. It includes a strategy to give priority to our people and respect for human rights. In light of the foregoing, we can conclude that international solidarity is particularly important at these times when we're so exposed. 20 years after our independence, Timor-Leste has grown and has grown into a country which is firmly committed to promoting and protecting human rights. As a result, we are sure that we can make a positive contribution to the rights of the Human Rights Council. This is why we're running for election as a member for the period 2024 to 2026. We're only too aware of the challenges inherent to this, but we're firmly committed to defending human rights, and we're also convinced of the crucial role played by multilateralism. Were Timor-Leste to be elected for the first time, our membership of the Council would give the Council a new view, and it would also strengthen the Council's representativeness by including members from different regions and backgrounds. Thank you very much. We count on your support. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
To the distinguished Foreign Minister of the Czech Republic, I invite him to address the Council. His Excellency, Mr. Jan Lipavsky. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address the Human Rights Council for me for the first time. Priorities of the new Czech government indisputably lie on the side of the protection and promotion of human rights, both at home and worldwide. I would like to express special thanks for the work carried out by High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet and her office. The Czech Republic has and always will support her independence and the comprehensive human rights mandate. I wish to reaffirm that the Czech Republic will continue to provide voluntary financial contributions to the High Commissioner Office, and I hope that others will follow suit. Mr. President, we attach great importance to supporting adequate and timely responses to human rights violations and abuses wherever they occur. We believe that it is the core business of the Council. All country situations should be treated on equal footing without discrimination. Given the extraordinary circumstances, allow me to address the human rights situation of our utmost concern in Ukraine. Slava Ukraine, glory to Ukraine, can be heard these days all over the civilized world that is witnessing an unprovoked, unprecedented military aggression of Russia against Ukraine, a flagrant violation of international law and the core principles of the international rule-based global security. We all admire the impressive bravery of the Ukrainian people fighting back against Putin's Russia. Ukrainians are not and should not be alone. The Czech Republic and other countries are stepping up their support to Ukraine. Drastic times call for drastic measures and concrete deeds and actions. Political statements are no longer enough. Russia and Belarus have been systematically fighting all people who made a choice of liberty, dignity, and democracy. This is true for inside their own countries, as well as for the so-called close neighborhood. The Czech Republic has always advocated for democracy and expressed support and solidarity with people fighting for it. Now, more than even before, we don't stop repeating that we are standing firmly by the Ukrainian people. We deplore loss of human lives, and we are denouncing all human rights violations on the Ukrainian territory by the Russian military. According to the latest figures from the Ukraine Ministry of Health, Russian occupation forces killed 352 civilians, including 14 children. Conducting an offensive operation in Ukraine, the Russian occupiers used methods of combat prohibited by international humanitarian law, such as wearing uniforms of the Ukraine military police, stealing ambulances and police cars, or using children and women as human shields. In many cities and towns, apartment buildings and infrastructure facilities have been massively damaged by occupiers' shelling. In places like Kyiv, Kharkiv, and elsewhere in Ukraine, every night people sleep in shelters, women give birth in metro stations, while trying to stay safe from Russian bombs and rockets. Leaders, their associates and military commanders of Russia and its closest ally and collaborators, Belarus, must be held accountable. Vladimir Putin and Alexander Lukashenko will lose this war. We hope that the Russian and Belarusian government will be then once again be led by people who believe in democracy and human rights. Mr. President, the Czech Republic is grateful to you and the whole Bureau for steering the Council towards a prompt and rightful reaction to that full-scale, horrifying assault of Russia on Ukraine. We call on Russia to end the unjustified attack, end the violence, withdraw its forces from Ukraine, and start respecting international law and human rights law. With that in mind, the Czech Republic has supported the Ukraine initiative to call an urgent debate on Russia's attack on Ukraine and establish an independent international commission of inquiry to investigate all alleged violations and abuses of human rights. While we are mostly preoccupied with the situation in Ukraine, we must also not forget our human rights situation of concern around the world. In China, fundamental freedoms such as freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief are being severely restricted. We are seriously concerned about the human rights violation against minorities, especially in Xinjiang, Tibet, and in Mongolia. We urge the Chinese authorities to close down the political education camps, and we call for an immediate release of all human rights defenders, journalists, and lawyers who have been detained for exercising their basic rights. In Cuba, hundreds of people are being detained simply for expressing themselves freely. Many of them have already been harshly sentenced. Such actions by the Cuban government to repress, punish, and intimidate all forms of dissent and public criticism are unacceptable. We are also seriously concerned about the situation in Venezuela, Myanmar, and Afghanistan. The Human Rights Council must continue addressing these situations. Ladies and gentlemen, let us never forget why we are here. Not for procedures, not for speeches. We are here to try our best and help people in this world who are not fortunate enough, whose human rights are violated, whose human rights we have to fight for. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Y ahora tengo el honor.
It's now my honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mario Adolfo Bucro Flores, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Guatemala. You have the floor, Your Excellency. President, I'm honored to address the Human Rights Council on behalf of Alejandro Matei, President of Guatemala, who recently appointed me as Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm particularly pleased to see that Ambassador Federico Villegas has been elected to the presidency of the Council. We offer you our full support. The Guatemalan Constitution emphasizes that states must protect life. This is something that our government honors, and we ensure full protection and enforcement of human rights. This is something which underpins decisions taken in various fields of public life. Alejandro Matei took office less than 2 years ago, but I'm pleased to be able to share some of our achievements, despite the fact that we face difficult times in view of the terrible COVID-19 pandemic. I would also like to tell you about some of our plans for this year. We've made essential achievements in responding to the needs of our people so that we can generate development at community level, particularly amongst the most vulnerable segments of our population, notably women, children, young people, older persons, indigenous peoples and migrants. They're all an important part of our social fabric. Guatemala, holistic care for migrants is a priority. Migrants need special policies so that we can address the deep-seated causes of irregular migration. With this in mind, the holistic development plan for Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua and Southeast Mexico has been adopted. Our country is a country of origin, transit and return of migrants, but our principles have always been to focus on human rights, in particular the human rights of our migrants. Regardless of migratory status, we have extended our consular services so that we can promote regular migration, notably through temporary job opportunities for our fellow citizens. And also we try to ensure that those transiting through our country can regularise their situation. Our government promotes the right to development of indigenous peoples through an intercultural approach, and this is the spirit which has characterized citizens' participation. We ensure that we respect ancestral rights and the Maya Cosmo vision. We make an appeal to all states to show full commitment to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the human rights of indigenous peoples, particularly the corresponding resolution adopted by this council. We continue to adopt measures to promote the participation in the United Nations of indigenous peoples and that their rights be universally recognized. In the same way, we're delighted to see that a permanent forum for persons of African descent has been set up, and that we're working towards the adoption of a declaration which will fully respect the rights of persons of African descent. President, the terrible consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic has brought new challenges. International cooperation and solidarity are absolutely vital if we're to overcome the pandemic, which has rolled back human development by decades. We also need to make sure that no one's left behind. Challenges are an opportunity for growth. Guatemala would like to thank all friendly countries which have provided unconditional assistance in vaccinating our people. Our country has always had a multilateral vocation. Guatemala will not stop, and we have adopted an economic recovery plan which strives to promote foreign trade and also to bring in more tourists to our country. President, Guatemala attaches great importance to strengthening the rule of law. The government respects international and national legal orders by ensuring the separation and independence of the branches of power. So my country respects its commitments as a founder member of the United Nations. We're fully committed to strengthening United Nations entities, and we'll continue to work for an open cooperation with the Council's mechanisms and those of the Inter-American system. I would also like to emphasize that Guatemala appreciates the support received from the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Our country office was set up 17 years ago at the request of our state with a view to national capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be remiss of me not to mention the situation faced by the brother country of Ukraine. The Guatemalan government vehemently condemns the unilateral recognition by Russia of the so-called separatist republics of Ukraine. This is an act which violates the principles of international law, Ukraine's integrity, and it has also led to the use of military force on Ukrainian lands. Guatemala is a pacifist country. We respect international law, so we make a call to have diplomacy prevail so that we can prevent this conflict from escalating, because it threatens international peace and security. And I would also like to highlight the people who have been affected by this escalation of the conflict. I'd like to urge everyone to look for a peaceful solution to this terrible crisis. This must respect sovereignty, territorial integrity, human rights, and the safety of all countries. I'd like to round off by reiterating that Guatemala believes that prevention is vital for avoiding human rights violations wherever they may occur, and to ensure that multilateralism is effective, relevant, and necessary. This is done through the UN mechanisms and by recognising the challenges we face. Cooperation, and particularly the unity of our countries, will enable the member states to overcome the challenges of the 21st century. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Excellency.
To give the floor to His Excellency Mr. G.L. Bairis, Minister for Foreign Relations of Sri Lanka, to address the Council. Thank you.
Mr. President, Sri Lanka is an active participant in the multilateral framework to realize the promotion and protection of human rights. Fundamental rights are embodied in our Constitution, progressively advanced through our democratically elected organs of government, and enforced through our independent judiciary. Despite multiple challenges we have faced from terrorism, we have restored peace, security, and the rule of law throughout our country. Our democratic traditions and independent institutions ensure free and fair elections at regular intervals through universal adult franchise. We will further advance the considerable progress we have made in post-conflict recovery and healing. For this, Mr. President, we have put in place domestic institutions for reconciliation, accountability, and social justice. Through this Council, we have completed 3 mutually beneficial universal periodic reviews, engaged in constructive dialogue with the treaty bodies, welcomed special procedures mandate holders, and held frank and open discussions with domestic and international interlocutors. We have benefited from the considerable expertise available with the United Nations on human rights, including through its technical cooperation and capacity building programs. Through the UN country team, we value the ongoing support to our domestic processes on reconciliation and achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Through this cooperative interaction, and in line with our domestic framework and international obligations, we continue to ensure the promotion and protection of human rights and social justice for all our citizens, irrespective of ethnic and religious identity and political affiliation. Mr. President, despite the economic setbacks due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we continue to ensure our people's right to development. Sri Lanka has improved its global rank by 7 positions according to the latest SDG report. We appreciate the contribution made by our civil society partners through their extensive grassroots level outreach and undoubted expertise. As a developing member state of the international community, we brace ourselves to face the further adverse economic consequences of crises such as the pandemic and the unraveling conflict in Europe, which will impact on our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, we are today in a period of review of the work of the Council. We reflect on whether the Council has been successful in overcoming the credibility gap that led to the downfall of its predecessor commission. The multilateral architecture for the implementation of human rights was progressively developed in the last decades. Consensus was forged on key principles which we consider sacrosanct, such as that the promotion and protection of human rights should be guided by the principles of impartiality, objectivity, and non-selectivity based on the sovereign equality of member states. UNGA Resolution 60/251 and HRC Resolutions 5/1 and 5/2 also decided that the working methods of the Council shall be transparent, fair, and impartial, and shall enable genuine dialogue. In March 2021, the Council voted on Resolution 46/1, which was tabled without the consent of Sri Lanka as a country concerned. The consideration of this matter polarized and politicized this forum in a startling departure from the mandate which the UN General Assembly originally conferred on this Council. Operative Para 6 of this resolution refers to a so-called evidence-gathering mechanism, a measure that was strongly opposed by a number of countries. Such initiatives create disharmony both in the domestic and in the international arenas. It creates obstacles to reconciliation efforts, breeds hatred by reopening past wounds, and polarizes society. Mr. President, member states have mandated this Council and its Secretariat with a truly extensive array of helpful working methods to assist governments in the promotion and protection of human rights. Sri Lanka has participated actively and constructively in those aspects of the Council's work that have been productive and beneficial, and which have helped to ensure that our people live safer, longer, and more dignified lives. We reject, however, those that are punitive, politicized, divisive, unhelpful, and initiated due to extraneous reasons. Mr. President, as elsewhere in the world, we endeavor to strike a just balance between human rights and national security when dealing with terrorism. Sri Lanka is convinced that counterterrorism legislation must secure and protect the rights of persons subject to investigation, detention, and trial, and must not restrict democratic freedoms such as the freedom of expression. With these objectives in view, I recently presented a bill in the Parliament of Sri Lanka, which is an initial step in amending the Prevention of Terrorism Act 43 years after it was promulgated. We take particular objection to the use of voluntary funding, which has the necessary consequence of undermining objectivity and detachment. Against this background, Sri Lanka once again reiterates its view that the evidence-gathering mechanism established under Operative Para 6 of Resolution 46/1 is unhelpful to the people of Sri Lanka, will polarize Sri Lankan society, and adversely affect economic development, peace and harmony in my country at a challenging time. It is an unproductive drain on member state resources at a time of severe financial shortfalls across the entire multilateral system, including the High Commissioner's Office. Mr. President, on the 4th of March, the Council will meet in an interactive dialogue on Sri Lanka. I look forward to sharing with you some thoughts on the written update on my country, Sri Lanka. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Agora,
I now have the honour of giving the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Esmeralda Mendonça, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Angola. You have the floor, Your Excellency. President, Excellencies and esteemed representatives of member states, I'm particularly honoured to be afforded the privilege of taking part in this high-level debate, given the importance that the Republic of Angola attaches to the work of the Human Rights Council, as well as the recognition, promotion and protection of human rights and principles throughout the world. Excellencies, the Angolan Constitution is aligned with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the African Charter of Human and People's Rights in promoting and defending fundamental rights and freedoms as a priority, and also in strengthening democracy, the rule of law, peace and development. The Angolan government has undertaken constant efforts to protect these principles. They include a programme for judicial reform. This has led to a partial constitutional revision, which has ushered in some amendments which will strengthen our democracy and rule of law. It also strengthens the principles of the separation of powers and the interdependence of the functions of the different branches of power. It also will allow greater respect for fundamental freedoms such as free, fair, secret and direct universal elections. This reform will also greatly strengthen our judicial system in Angola and will provide a better response to the need for social justice and for building an open democracy in which all citizens can participate. This comes at a time when the country is preparing to hold the 4th general elections, which for the first time will allow Angolans living abroad to take part. This process will also allow then these citizens to exercise their rights openly. President, in the area of human rights, I'd like to underscore the fact that in April of 2020, Angola launched the National Human Rights Strategy for the period 2020 to 2022, as well as the National Action Plan, with the issue of human rights having been raised in rank to an issue of national security. I would also like to emphasize that in view of the success of the National Human Rights Strategy, the government has been working with civil society. This effort has led to an increase in the number of NGOs working on human rights issues. Their number has increased from 300 to 800 over the past 5 years. I'm also delighted to be able to inform you that in under 2 years of the strategy having been in force, we have managed to implement over 80% of the planned actions for this period. This has enabled us to establish 171 local human rights committees. They're responsible for promoting, protecting and defending human rights in the various provinces, municipalities and communes in our country. In line with the World Programme for Human Rights Education, our government has been rolling out a national strategy in this area. This has included the signing of protocols with 15 universities for human rights education to be provided in universities. Angola also recently launched a National Human Rights Plan. The aim of this plan is to highlight outstanding efforts to promote, protect and defend human rights by individuals or legal entities. We believe this is the best way of raising society's awareness about the importance of human rights. Part of this strategy is the presidential initiative called the Reconciliation Plan in memory of the victims of political conflicts. This is a plan which is led by the President of the Republic, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço. It includes a public apology to the nation for the tragic events which bereaved thousands of Angolans in the past. The government has also undertaken a number of other actions in the area of gender equality, the inclusion of vulnerable groups in the education system, so that we can eradicate school dropout. We've also adopted policies to provide health services at municipal level, notably by speeding up the building of new health centres, hospitals and other healthcare facilities. President, strengthening economic, social and cultural rights is one of the Angolan government's priorities. In this area, our country has undertaken a number of programs with a view to making families' lives more dignified. We are also striving to prevent vulnerability, and we're working to reduce poverty rates. I'd particularly like to highlight in this regard the programme to strengthen social protection through social cash transfers, which goes by the name of Quenda. The aim of this programme is to support poor or vulnerable families through social cash transfers by including them in the productive economy, and also by providing support to the entrepreneurial activities of families that live in certain municipalities. This initiative goes hand in hand with the multi-sectoral plan for municipal action, which focuses on programs and actions to promote holistic development and respond to the challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. President, I'd like to round off by reiterating Angolan's commitment to the Human Rights Council and the High Commissioner's work, as well as the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellency.
Y ahora le doy la palabra.
I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Faisal Mekdad, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates in the Syrian Arab Republic. You have the floor.
السيد رئيس مجلس حقوق.
Mr. President of the Human Rights Council, ladies and gentlemen, the Syrian Arab Republic believes in constructive dialogue, respective of the privacy of states and societies, their cultural and civilizational diversity. We stress the importance of the Human Council to conduct its role as agreed upon by member states of the United Nations when it established the Council. This role is based on constructive dialogue in dealing with human rights issues as a system of interdependent and indivisible rights in all countries without discrimination, and on technical cooperation to help states build their capacities in accordance with their national priorities. Unfortunately, we are still witnessing a stubbornness by Western countries to exploit the Council and its mechanisms to impose their double standards in dealing with human rights, and to accuse and stigmatize some member states of violating human rights and use them as a pretext to interfere in their internal affairs. The politicized resolutions targeting Syria under the pretext of human rights prove that the real goal is to provide cover for certain states that practice aggression and occupation and support terrorism, and to use it against the Syrian Arab Republic. Just to remind you, UK, which is leading such initiatives against Syria in this council, has spent $4 billion on disinformation campaigns that targeted Syria. This is according to what was revealed by the British media. Hence, we hope that the Council will reconsider these practices and end the work of politicized mechanisms that it had established without the consent of the concerned state. These operate with a semi-open mandate in implementation of politicized and non-consensual resolutions adopted by the Council based on campaigns of systemic misinformation against Syria. The Syrian Arab Republic since 2011 has been facing a systematic war of terrorism that has been recruited and used from abroad to undermine its stability, unity, and territorial integrity, in addition to foreign occupation of parts of its national soil. With the continued occupation by Turkish and American forces and terrorists armed with groups and separatist SDF militias continue to commit gross and systemic crimes and violations of human rights to serve the interests of their operators and supporters, not to mention the practices of the Turkish occupation and its implementation of Turkification policy and a systemic demographic change on Syrian territory. It is also using water as a weapon and tool for political blackmail and collective punishment of the population. These challenges have posed and still have grave repercussions on human rights in Syria. These are further exacerbated by the imposition of unilateral coercive measures on Syrian people by the United States and the European Union, not to mention the theft of natural and economic resources to deprive the Syrian people of their national wealth. The intensification expansion of the scope of unilateral coercive measures, especially during COVID-19 pandemic, has led to targeting the Syrian citizen for their livelihood and violating their basic rights, foremost of which is the rights to life, health, food, education and development. These immoral measures escalated to unprecedented level, where they constituted a form of economic terrorism that seeks to prolong the crises, obstructing the recovery and reconstruction efforts and preventing the return of the displaced to their homeland and homes. While the Syrian government faces these challenges, it continues to assume its responsibilities and duties to preserve national sovereignty, liberate Syrian territory from foreign occupation, combat terrorist armed groups, and preserve the security and life of its citizens and meet their basic needs. In assurance of its desire to fulfill its international obligations and belief in international cooperation based on the Charter of the United Nations, the Syrian Arab Republic has recently concluded the discussion of its third national report within the framework of the UPR mechanism and is currently studying the recommendation addressed to it. The national report has shed the light on the efforts of the Syrian state within available capabilities in the field of rehabilitating areas that it liberated from terrorism, and to protect the rights of its citizens and meet their basic needs, as well as address the COVID-19 pandemic challenge, as well as sustainable development goals. Syrians return voluntarily in dignity to their homes as we attempt to do so. Unfortunately, these efforts are still faced by some negative positions that prioritize political agendas over humanitarian considerations and seek to create stressful living conditions for Syrians through an economic siege that prevents them from food, medicine, oil, energy, and impose political conditionalities on United Nations humanitarian agencies to impede their cooperation with the Syrian state in order to overcome the economic and livelihood consequences of the crisis and move forward from relief into development. Mr. President, Syria is determined to cleanse its territory of the remnants of terrorism and foreign occupation and to confront the agendas and practices of the separate SDF militia. that threaten with U.S. political and military support the unity of Syrian territory and people. At the same time, Syria will keep moving in national reconciliation and settlement, which are accomplishing remarkable progress in different regions of Syria, with the issuance of the 21 pardon decrees by President Bashar al-Assad since 2011. Thousands of Syrians have benefited from these decrees and in order to return to their normal lives. Syria continues to take the necessary steps to facilitate the return of the displaced to their country in implementation of the outcomes of the Refugee Return Conference and follow-up meetings in Damascus. Syria is also committed to a political process led and owned by Syrians, facilitated by the United Nations with no external interference or preconditions. While preparations are underway to hold the 7th round of committee meetings in Geneva, I reiterate that the committee is the sole owner of its decisions and the exclusive decision maker to determine its course of action and the outcomes it may conclude. The success of this committee requires adherence to its references, non-interference in its affairs by any party, and respect for the exclusive right of the Syrian people to decide the future of their country. In conclusion, the Syrian Arab Republic affirms its inalienable right to recover the occupied Syrian Golan and its categorical rejection of unilateral measures taken by the Israeli occupying power to consolidate its occupation and escalate its settlement practices. Syria affirms that the occupation's practices and unilateral measures are null and void, have no legal effect, as they constitute a violation of UN resolution, including Security Council Resolution 497 of 1981. Syria renews its condemnation of the gross and systematic violations of human rights committed by the Israeli occupation forces and settlers gangs in occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and in the occupied Syrian Golan, and of its racist practices that violate United Nations resolutions, including those of the Human Rights Council. Syria reiterates its firm support for the right of the Palestinian people to establish their independent state with Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of June 4, 1967, and to guarantee the right of refugees to return in implementation of relevant UN nations resolution, and its support for the liberation of the remaining occupied Lebanese territories. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'm now honoured to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Elena Mateusz-Kida, Minister of Justice, Constitutional and Religious Affairs of Mozambique. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Sua Excelência Presidente do Conselho.
Your Excellency, President of the Human Rights Council, distinguished delegations, esteemed representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me at the outset to personally and on behalf of the Mozambican government extend our warmest greetings to you, President, and the members of the Human Rights Council Bureau for your excellent stewardship of this session. We would also like to express our appreciation for the work of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, and her whole team for the most valuable work that they have carried out in defending and promoting human rights throughout the world. Excellencies, on the 4th of May of last year, Mozambique underwent its third cycle of the Universal Periodic Review, with an interactive dialogue among peers, which led to the adoption of the report on Mozambique's third cycle in September at the Human Rights Council. There were some 266 recommendations made by member states. 236 were accepted and 30 noted by my government. In view of these commitments, the Mozambican government has undertaken every effort to fully and effectively implement not only the recommendations made during the UPR, but also other recommendations which have arisen from other human rights reports, and in order to ensure the protection of citizens' rights enshrined in our Constitution. In this context, Mozambique intends to carry out the following actions. At a government level, we'll be creating an interministerial group on human rights and international humanitarian law. This is part of our follow-up to the UPR. We're just waiting for the Council of Ministers to adopt the implementing regulation for that. When it comes to voluntary principles on security and human rights, we're creating a national working group which will comprise government institutions, private sector and civil society, so that we can promote a multi-sectoral dialogue to implement those voluntary principles. And also, when it comes to following up on the UPR, we've undertaken efforts to draw up a national action plan for implementing the recommendations for the period between 2020 and 2025. Excellencies, we held a round table on the voluntary principles on security and human rights in Mozambique. This charts a new chapter in the history of human rights and citizenship in our country. This was an absolute watershed in promoting an open interactive dialogue between state institutions, civil society and the business sector on fully implementing the voluntary principles on security and human rights in Mozambique so that we can improve governance in the area of human rights. And we'll particularly focus on the Cabo Delgado province in the far north. With this in mind, Mozambique will offer the United Nations its humble experience in preventing, mediating and resolving conflicts through dialogue. This is a tool which warrants the support of our President, Felipe Jacinto Nyusi. Excellencies, I would like to round off by expressing our pleasure at being able to take part in this session. We'd like to reiterate our unwavering commitment to promoting and protecting human rights. They are the essential mission of this important United Nations body. We know that even though we've made a number of efforts as described above, there are still challenges for creating a favourable environment so that human rights and citizenships can be fully exercised. We need to ensure that we uphold regional and international commitments in the area of human rights and the principles of international humanitarian law. Thank you very much, Excellency.
To Her Excellency Ms. Yvonne Daussah, Minister of Justice of Namibia. You have the floor. Thank
you. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor to address the 49th session of the Human Rights Council on behalf of the Republic of Namibia and to join this hybrid high-level engagement in person. We are meeting at a time when states around the world continue to grapple with the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. While remarkable progress has been made in the development of effective vaccines, vaccination rates remain severely low in much of the developing world. Namibia is therefore pleased to note that part of the discussions at this session will be dedicated towards finding answers on how to ensure equitable and affordable access to vaccines for all countries. Namibia particularly looks forward to hearing best practices on tackling misinformation which perpetuates public apprehension and vaccine hesitancy. It is commendable that notwithstanding the challenges presented by the pandemic, the Human Rights Council continues to respond to a myriad of global human rights issues promptly and adequately. These efforts to promote the universal respect for the protection of all human rights reaffirms the indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated nature of human rights as sacrosanct. Namibia therefore extends our sincere gratitude to the Office of the Human Rights Commissioner for Human Rights and other stakeholders for the remarkable efforts undertaken during these difficult times, and look forward to open dialogue in the spirit of mutual trust when addressing the issues facing us as a global community. Mr. President, during our tenure, Namibia actively engaged with the work of the Council. We did so in a spirit of cooperation with members and observer states, as well as our important non-state actors. Currently, Namibia is a core group member of the sponsors on the right to adequate housing and on freedom of opinion and expression, and will continue to constructively participate on resolutions and other initiatives that align with our human rights obligations and priorities. Mr. President, the Universal Periodic Review remains a priority for Namibia. We consider the mechanism a unique platform for constructive dialogue between states. In May 2021, Namibia underwent its third cycle review. We accepted over 80% of the recommendations received, which reaffirms the commitment of the Namibian government to improve the human rights of all persons within its territory. Where we have lapses, we intend to accelerate improvement. This includes, and with assistance of the OHCHR, the development of a national recommendations tracking database. The right to life and human dignity are twin rights of global significance. Their promotion and protection guards our human existence. This is the reason for Namibia's consistent appeal during our participation in the UPR working group sessions that states reconsider the imposition of the death penalty. In particular, we recognize the strides made in some countries to reduce the number of executions and to place moratoriums on the imposition of the death penalty where applicable. Mr. President, Namibia recognizes the important role special procedure mechanisms of the Council plays in the protective mandate. It contributes to enhance human rights protection and promotion and provides important information that guides states' interventions. We have therefore, during the third cycle review, accepted the recommendation to consider issuing a standing invitation to all special procedures and mandate holders. To date, Namibia has had 4 visits from special procedures and mandate holders. A scheduled visit from the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The rescheduling of this visit is in the pipeline. Mr. President, as states, our collective aim is to promote and protect the human rights of all people, irrespective of origin, ethnicity, or race. Namibia's metaphoric reference to the Namibian house is intended to buttress that no one should be left out. It is therefore appalling and unacceptable that people continue to suffer racial and systemic discrimination around the world in the era of a global human rights culture. Namibia therefore remains committed to the full implementation of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action, which embodies the firm commitments made by the states to rid the world of the scourges of racism, xenophobia, and related intolerances at the national, regional, and international level. We must jealously guard against attempts to undermine the legitimacy of the DTPA as one of the main instruments to combat the pandemic of racism around the world. Mr. President, as a country that played a pivotal role in shaping the women, peace, and security agenda at the United Nations, Namibia has adopted the National Action Plan in this regard and established the International Women's Peace Center in our capital, Windhoek. It is this firm view that we, as part of a core group of states here at the Human Rights Council in 2020, recognize that the women, peace, and security agenda is essentially about redefining the role of women and girls in conflict and post-conflict situations and increasing efforts to protect them. Noting the progress made thus far, more can and must be done to enhance the participation of women, girls, and the youth in political decision-making processes and peace-building efforts. The representation of women within the high-level structures of the United Nations would provide good impetus for countries to follow suit, as it will sample the importance of our collective duty to ensure full universal participation and gender equality. Challenges of gender-based violence and sexual violence continue to seriously impact the implementation of policy, legal and social mechanisms to advance the human rights of women and girls. Namibia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to support all efforts aimed at the elimination of all forms of gender-based and sexual violence, ensuring women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. Mr. President, climate change, environmental degradation, and pollution remains among some of the most pressing challenges the world is confronted with today. They pose a serious threat to our and future generations, and this impacts on all of us, and Namibia is no exception. We are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. In recent years, we have consistently experienced floods, droughts, veld fires, and increased human-wildlife conflict. These have had adverse effects on our communities, the economy, infrastructure, and the environment, which invariably affects our development priorities in the country. Namibia is therefore committed to Goal 13 of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the implementation of climate change mitigation mechanisms, to fast-track the recommendations of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Namibia set up the Environment Investment Fund to oversee the mobilization and usage of climate action financing intended for green projects in the country. Namibia is also extremely pleased with action of this Human Rights Council at its 48th session, which established the first ever special rapporteur on climate change and human rights, and recognized that access to a healthy environment is an important human right. In Namibia, access to a healthy environment is a constitutional imperative. The state has a very clear role to play for, among others, the maintenance of a healthy ecosystems and to sustainably develop the natural resources of Namibia for the benefit of present and future generations. Additionally, Namibia has made significant progress in incubating renewable energy assets in the form of green hydrogen and ammonia as part of its energy transition through green industrialization. Mr. President, the devastating impact of corruption on human rights is undeniable. The fulfillment of human rights obligations and meeting the aspirations of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development will contribute greatly to fight against corruption. With a goal to protect public resources aimed at improving lives and livelihoods, Namibia is making steady strides towards curbing corruption in public offices. Namibia remains deeply concerned about the negative impacts of unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of all human rights. We therefore once again call on sanctioning countries to remove the illegal sanctions imposed on Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe. There is simply no justification to maintain these sanctions, as it inhibits the ability of sanctioned states to effectively promote and protect human rights, especially in the face of a pandemic where livelihoods have been disrupted and the right to life itself is at stake. Mr. President, the responsibilities of businesses to respect human rights have increasingly come under scrutiny over the past few years, as their desire to maximize profits often overlook human rights considerations. Therefore, the work of the Intergovernmental Working Group mandated to develop a legal binding instrument on transnational corporations and other business enterprises is critical, and we should all throw our weight behind it. Namibia, as per our state practice, will keep on with its constructive engagement in this process. We will also continue to support all initiatives aimed at making the right to development a reality. Mr. President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob often remarks that Namibia is a child of international solidarity, midwifed by the United Nations. As a country that knows too well what it is to be denied the right to self-determination, we continue to advocate for the realization of this right for all peoples who still live under illegal occupation. In this light, Namibia remains committed to the cause of the people of Palestine and that of the Sahrawi people of Western Sahara. As a living testament of what international solidarity can do for a people, we call on the international community to work to realize the right to self-determination for the people of Palestine and the people of Western Sahara. We further call on all states to denounce and refrain from supporting apartheid by Israel against the Palestinian people. We echo the call that the International Criminal Court's investigations into the alleged international crimes committed in the occupied Palestinian territory must include apartheid as a crime against humanity. In closing, Mr. President and distinguished dignitaries, allow me to emphatically underscore Namibia's commitment to the promotion, protection, and fulfillment of human rights. True to our pledges when we joined the Human Rights Council in 2020, Namibia will continue to make positive contributions to the debates of this August House during and outside of the ordinary sessions. I wish you effective deliberations and fruitful engagements during this session. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Y ahora tiene...
I now would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bahrain. You have the floor, sir.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellency Federico Villegas, President of the Human Rights Council, Your Excellency Michelle Bachelet, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may the peace and mercy and blessings of Allah be upon you. I'm pleased to extend you, sir, our sincere congratulations on your election as President of the Council, wishing you and the members of the Council every success in your work. And at the outset, I would like to commend the efforts of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Michelle Bachelet. Mr. President, wars and conflicts have been ongoing in the Middle East for over a decade, leaving millions dead, injured, refugees, or displaced. They deprived millions of young people from education, healthcare, shelter, peace, and security. This made peace one of the most important solidarity rights to build a world of tolerance, equality, and hope for a better life and environment, free from armed conflicts, terrorism, and fanaticism. From this standpoint, the Kingdom of Bahrain is working to support the efforts aimed at supporting peace in the region and the world, and to maintain international peace and security, to develop relations amongst nations, and to achieve international cooperation, guided in this by the Charter of the United Nations and relevant international and regional covenants. This is based on the wise approach of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa to consolidate noble human values and principles such as tolerance, peaceful coexistence, brotherhood, and cooperation among peoples of the world, as well as through establishing mechanisms to achieve these honorable goals. Examples are the establishment of the King Hamad Global Center for Peaceful Coexistence, the establishment of Sheikh Isa Award for Service to Humanity, the issuance of the Declaration of Kingdom of Bahrain, and the establishment of King Hamad Chair for Interfaith Dialogue and Peaceful Coexistence at the Sapienza University in Italy. The Kingdom is proud of its continuous efforts to protect and promote human rights. Based on the principles stipulated in the National Action Charter, the Kingdom's Constitution, and the applicable legislation, and its commitment to international treaties and conventions related to human rights. This in order to build a society in which the principles of the state of justice, law, and institutions prevail, as well as to work towards strengthening the system of human rights and the advancement of the Kingdom's human rights record. Mr. President, the exceptional global circumstances that arose from the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as its negative effects, have presented countries of the world with difficult channels to uphold the necessary measures to ensure the protection of humans and the preservation of their health and safety. Within the framework of the directives of His Majesty the Government of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and under the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, we have taken measures to address this pandemic in a planned and effective manner. We have placed at the forefront of our priorities the preservation of human rights to health and safety, including citizens and residents alike. The shelters, testing, treatment, and free vaccinations that were necessary for citizens and residents were provided without discrimination. Mr. President, the government has continued its efforts in developing the legislative system relating to the enhancing the protection of human rights, with a law on alternative sentences and measures being issued in 2017 and amended in 2021. It is a pioneering step in the field of reforming and rehabilitating those convicted of offences, returning them to their social environment and their normal life. The number of people who have benefited from the application of this law has reached 3,826, 60% of whom have completed the alternative sentence decreed by the judiciary. And this is a significant indicator of the success of this humanitarian program. The Kingdom has also continued in its great progress in the field of combating the trafficking in persons, and was designated for the 4th consecutive year within Tier 1 in the annual report of the U.S. State Department on Trafficking Persons, which is the highest annual international classification in this regard, making the Kingdom unique in this achievement amongst countries in the Middle East and North Africa region. Mr. President, efforts to support the advancement of women have witnessed a qualitative step that began 2 decades ago with the establishment of the Supreme Council for Women, and this developed national policies and qualitative plans to enhance women's rights, especially the National Plan for the Advancement of Bahraini Women, approved by His Majesty the King, and which in cooperation video has been stopped. Interpreter cannot hear the speaker.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would now like to give the floor to the head of the Cypriot delegation, His Excellency Mr. Ioannis Kasoulides, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cyprus. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address the 49th high-level segment of the Human Rights Council. Unfortunately, the continuously unfolding events of the last days render my physical presence impossible. The Human Rights Council is the epicenter of international dialogue and cooperation on all issues pertaining to the protection of human rights, their universality and indivisibility. The work of this Council, therefore, is about getting the standards and pushing the boundaries in order to bring out the best in humanity and to help unleash the full potential for good in our societies to ensure that the future will be brighter than the past. Yes, what we are witnessing in the last week is the unfold suffering and misery brought by war. The Republic of Cyprus unequivocally condemns Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a flagrant violation of international law and the rules-based international order. The protection of the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of all states constitutes a fundamental principle for Cyprus. Allow me to echo the call of so many before me to the Russian Federation to immediately end hostilities and return to the path of diplomacy. Cyprus stands in solidarity with Ukraine and its people. It is important to hold an urgent debate on the situation of human rights in Ukraine during the current session. Dialogue is the only way to bridge differences and diminish the plague of polarization and war that unfortunately has beleaguered our work and our world. Strengthening rules-based multilateralism is the only way to effectively address global issues. Cyprus has been living as a victim of foreign aggression, occupation, almost for the last 50 years. The consequences and human rights violations on behalf of Turkey since 1974 are still much felt today. The fate of half of Cyprus's missing persons has yet to be determined. Those forcefully displaced by the Turkish army are not allowed to return to their homes and properties. The demographic structure in violation of the Geneva Conventions continues to be re-engineered through illegal colonization by settlers. Threats to settle the ghost town of Varosha and in breach of relevant Security Council resolutions and the 1987 resolution of the Commission of Human Rights that expressly condemns any attempts to settle any part of Varosha by people other than its inhabitants as illegal and calls for the immediate cessation of such activities. Mr. President, COVID-19 has shown a light on a wide array of deep structural inequalities and has inevitably had socioeconomic consequences, both between countries as well as internally within societies. Its impact on social, economic, and cultural rights has been immeasurable, as it has on civil and political rights. Allow me to seize this occasion to express our concerns regarding these negative trends and point out that Cyprus will continue to raise its voice with regard to the need for protecting the most exposed and most vulnerable groups within society, including women, members of the LGBTI community, children, and persons with disabilities. Conflicts, crises, and instability put the fundamentals of human rights under threat. Cyprus, in seeking to become a member of this Council for the first time between 2025 and 2027, wishes to see these issues placed high on our common agenda. Mr. President, Cyprus lies just 60 miles off the coast of Syria, which for over a decade of conflict has been beleaguered by continuous human rights violations and abuses to international humanitarian law that no amount of humanitarian assistance can redress. The effects of foreign occupation, multiple and competing power centers, massive displacement, radicalization, migration, and social and demographic engineering practices augment the fragmentation as civilians on the ground continue to suffer. As regards Libya, it is imperative that a new date of the postponed elections is announced, as the growing uncertainty could spiral into violence. Meanwhile, the presence of foreign armies and militias must be addressed without delay. Improving the human rights situation in Libya remains an important topic for the Human Rights Council, and the fact-finding mission's work towards the end is indispensable. The recognition in September of the right to a healthy environment is a timely achievement The creation of a special rapporteur on climate change was crucial, as it is imperative to have a human rights-based approach to mitigating the effects of climate change and raise international awareness. Migration will remain a challenge in the years to come. We must all remind ourselves of our obligations regarding international protection and respect of the principle of non-refoulement. We are extremely concerned about the exploitation and abuse of migratory flows by human traffickers, as well as the political instrumentalization of migration by certain states. We call for this abuse to be stopped, and the only way to do this is for states and stakeholders across the multilateral arena to work together. Before concluding, I wish to highlight that during this session of the Human Rights Council, Cyprus, together with a cross-regional core group comprising also Argentina, Ethiopia, Greece, Iraq, Ireland, Italy, Mali, Poland, and Switzerland, will be presenting the triennial initiative on cultural rights and the protection of cultural heritage. We look forward to engaging in good faith with each and every one of the UN member states during the informal consultations and aspire to receive broad support for this resolution during the current session, as well as was always the case in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, Cyprus will continue its active engagement in the Council in order to strengthen the promotion and protection of human rights across the world. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergey Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. You have the floor, Excellency.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had hoped that after a 2-year gap I would be able to participate in the work of the United Nations Human Rights Council in person. However, I'm compelled to address you by video. The reason for this is the outrageous measures by the European Union to refuse to respect one of the fundamental human rights, the right to freedom of movement. Members of the European Union have chosen a unilateral path of illegitimate sanctions, using them to evade a direct, honest, face-to-face dialogue which they clearly apprehend. The situation in the world is not getting any easier, it is deteriorating. The main reason for this is that the US and its allies continue to aggressively impose the
are mounting by the hour. Russian strikes are hitting schools, hospitals, residential buildings. They're destroying critical infrastructure, which provides millions of people across Ukraine with drinking water, gas to keep them from freezing to death, and electricity. Civilian buses, cars, even ambulances have been shelled. Russia is doing this every day across Ukraine. The High Commissioner said yesterday that Russia's attacks had killed at least 100 civilians, including children, and wounded hundreds more, and said she expects the real figures are much higher. And the casualties keep mounting, including the many civilians killed and wounded in Russia's monstrous rocket strikes that hit an apartment complex in Kharkiv yesterday. Russia's violence has driven over 500,000 Ukrainians from the country in just a few days. Children, the elderly, people with disabilities, who are making harrowing journeys through conflict zones. If President Putin succeeds in his stated goal of toppling Ukraine's democratically elected government, the human rights and humanitarian crises will only get worse. Look at Crimea, where Russia's occupation has come with extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances, torture, arbitrary detention, the persecution of ethnic and religious minorities, the brutal repression of dissent. The Kremlin is also ramping up its repression within Russia, where, even before the invasion, it was shuttering human rights organizations and harassing, poisoning, and imprisoning anti-corruption activists and political opponents. Authorities reportedly have detained thousands of Russians peacefully protesting the invasions, as well as journalists covering the demonstrations. Russian officials issued a warning to the country's press that any reporting that refers to the assault as, quote, an attack, an invasion, or a declaration of war, end quote, in other words, that tells the truth, will result in media outlets being blocked and fined. And Russia's prosecutor's office said that any Russian who assists a foreign country, foreign organization, or international organization during its so-called operation may be imprisoned for up to 20 years. These are the human rights abuses this council was created to stop. If we cannot come together now, when will we come together? We must send a resolute and unified message that President Putin should unconditionally stop this unprovoked attack, as the Secretary General and the High Commissioner have done, and immediately withdraw Russian forces from Ukraine. We must condemn, firmly and unequivocally, Russia's attempt to topple a democratically elected government and its gross human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law. And we must take steps to hold the perpetrators accountable. This Council's decision to hold an urgent debate on the crisis in Ukraine is an important step toward ensuring documentation and accountability. I thank the many members who supported it. We must underscore Russia's obligation, even in its unlawful invasion, to respect international humanitarian law, including as it relates to the protection of civilians in the conflict. Council members should stop using language implying that all sides bear equal responsibility for the unprovoked attack of one side. This isn't even-handed. It's wrong and fails to place accountability where it belongs. The same goes for members who argue falsely that denouncing human rights abuses is politicizing the situation. It is failing to speak up about human rights abuses that politicizes the situation. We must reject Russia's attempts to falsely justify this attack as a defense of human rights, misappropriating terms that we reserve for the worst atrocities and disrespecting every victim of those crimes. Finally, we must press the Kremlin to respect the human rights of all Russians, including the right of citizens to peacefully express dissent and journalists to report the news, and provide information to the families of Russian soldiers who deserve to know the fate of loved ones killed in President Putin's war of choice. One can reasonably ask whether a UN member state that tries to take over another UN member state while committing horrific human rights abuses and causing massive humanitarian suffering should be allowed to remain on this council. Even as we focus on the crisis in Ukraine, it's far from the only part of the world where the council's attention is needed. In Belarus, the Lukashenko regime is brutally repressing civil society and the country's pro-democracy movement, using transnational repression to silence critics abroad and enabling Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In recent days, Belarusian authorities have detained hundreds of people demonstrating peacefully against Russia's attack. In China, the government continues to commit genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, against predominantly Muslim Uyghurs and other minority groups, we urge the High Commissioner to release without delay her report on the situation there. We must redouble our efforts to address the growing humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and press the Taliban to respect the rights of all Afghans, including by stopping the unjust detentions of women protesters and journalists, ending reprisals, allowing all Afghans to be educated and to work in every sector. The human rights crises in Burma, Cuba, the DPRK, Iran, Nicaragua, South Sudan, Syria, Venezuela, and Yemen, among others, also demand this Council's ongoing attention. In each of these places, we must not only denounce abuses, but work to stop them and hold perpetrators accountable. Yet, at a moment when the world needs both moral clarity and unity from this Council, some governments are arguing that sovereignty gives countries the right to do whatever they want within their borders. It's no coincidence that many of the governments making this argument are systematically abusing human rights and have been eerily silent in the face of Russia's flagrant assault on Ukraine's sovereignty. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights begins with the word universal, because nations decided that there are certain rights that every person, everywhere, is entitled to enjoy. Members of this Council have a special responsibility to strengthen, not weaken, those rights. One way to do that is by welcoming scrutiny of our own records. In September, the United States issued a formal, standing invitation to all UN experts who report and advise on thematic human rights issues. We urge every Council member to take this step. We know we have work to do to advance human rights at home. Every member does. What matters is that we all hold ourselves to the same standards and work to address our shortcomings, as we are doing. Here's what else you can expect from the United States on this Council. First, we're committed to working with other countries, including those we don't always agree with, to advance human rights as members have seen in their engagements with our permanent representative to the UN in Geneva, Ambassador Sheba Crocker, and our new ambassador to the Human Rights Council, Michelle Taylor. Second, we've heard repeatedly that the United States has often focused more on strengthening civil and political rights than we have on strengthening economic, social, and cultural rights. People around the world are looking to us to do both, and we hear that call. Third, we'll continue to counter anti-Israel bias and the unfair and disproportionate focus on Israel on the Council. The Commission of Inquiry and Standing Agenda Item 7 are a stain on the Council's credibility. We strongly reject them. Fourth, we'll keep fighting for the human rights of LGBTQI+ people, people with disabilities, members of racial, ethnic, and religious minorities, women and girls, and all marginalized populations and people in vulnerable situations. In recent days, people on every continent have come out to demonstrate against Russia's invasion and for the rights of Ukrainians. They understand that if we allow the rules of the international order to be flagrantly trampled anywhere, we weaken them everywhere. As an Estonian student protester put it, if Ukraine is not a country, then President Putin can say Estonia is not a country either. We stand for these rules not in opposition to any government, but rather because we see our shared interest in striving for a world where all people of all nations enjoy human rights and peace and security. And because history has shown us the darkness and suffering that comes when these rules are abandoned. People in Ukraine and around the world are looking to us to stand up and stand together. We must not let them down.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Wopke Hoekstra, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. Please, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, for decades, we, the international community, have worked to strengthen the rules-based order in the strong conviction that we don't want to live in a world where might is right. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is threatening not only the lives of many innocent Ukrainians, but also the international rules-based order. The single most important structure that we have to protect our people. And that makes this 49th Council meeting of the utmost importance. We know that the worst human rights violations happen during armed conflict. We know that we must do everything we can to protect what we've built over the last 75 years. And we know that here in this Council, we have the power to turn our collective anger into a collective response. To protect the lives and rights of innocent people, and to protect the legal frameworks aimed at securing peace, justice, and human rights. The Netherlands strongly condemns Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. It is a clear and gross violation of international law, a breach of the United Nations Charter, and it will not and cannot go unanswered. The Netherlands also strongly condemns the violence against innocent civilians. In the horrendous bombardment of Kharkiv, dozens of innocent lives were reportedly lost and many more injured. Cluster ammunition was used against civilians in residential areas. Such indiscriminate attacks are war crimes. And those directly responsible for these acts of war must be held accountable. By establishing the International Criminal Court, we gave legal expression to the moral imperative that the most serious crimes must not go unpunished. ICC Prosecutor Khan has already pointed out that the ICC may investigate any act of genocide, any crime against humanity, and any war crime committed in Ukraine since 20 February 2014. And yesterday evening he announced the opening of an investigation into the situation in Ukraine. And we call on the ICC prosecutor to pursue this as a matter of urgency. As we've seen here in the Human Rights Council many times before, with Syria, Myanmar, Yemen, the road to justice begins with the truth. Truth that can be found only through independent fact-finding and evidence gathering. And for this reason, the Netherlands fully supports the establishment of a UN Commission of Inquiry. A commission that can ensure independent and impartial monitoring and reporting, that can collect and analyze evidence so that perpetrators can be identified and held accountable for their actions. In order to support the collection of evidence, we will donate €1 million to support the creation of a civil society accountability mechanism. And this investigative mechanism would collect and analyze information and evidence of crimes committed in Ukraine to assist criminal proceedings in the future. And this allows us to prepare for the moment when criminal proceedings can start before a national or international court. For the moment when justice will be served. Stop this mad war. That's what courageous protesters are shouting at rallies throughout Russia. Thousands of them have been arrested. There is no excuse for war. That is what the courageous Russian diplomatic correspondent Elena Chernenko wrote in an open letter. And she has been expelled from the diplomatic press pool. No to war. Those are the words used by the courageous Russian television host Ivan Urgant. His show has not been aired since. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be crystal clear. With just a fraction of the courage of these people, we, the members of the Human Rights Council, can help protect the human rights that are at risk and are being violated today. those of Ukrainians who have the right to live in peace, freedom and safety, who have the right to democracy, who have the right to be informed through free and independent media. The same rights we all have. Yet the reality is that Ukrainian civilians are being killed right now. That democracy is under threat, and that Russian cyber attacks and disinformation have been going on for years. Similarly, Russian protesters have the right to gather peacefully. Russian news reporters have the right to report freely. And Russian citizens have the right to know the facts and be informed. Yet the reality is that their rights too are being severely violated, and we cannot condone these violations. Ladies and gentlemen, if we do not act and show courage now, we are undermining the significance of this very Council, undermining the rules-based international legal order we shaped together. Because the attack on Ukraine is also an attack on the United Nations Charter. An attack from within, by a permanent member of the UN Security Council and a member of this Council. The UN was established out of a conviction that we need to solve problems together. And the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted out of a strong belief that we must protect the values we all share and stand for. And today, that is exactly what we must do. The Netherlands calls upon the members of this Council to stand united, to ensure that the road to justice starts here. Membership of this Council is not a free ride. It comes with responsibilities to all of us. And one of them, ladies and gentlemen, is to ensure that justice and accountability are not empty words. They must lead to actions, and we owe that to the victims. Therefore, the Netherlands will also support the UN Human Rights Office with an additional €1 million so that it can strengthen its field presence in Ukraine. We call on all members of the Human Rights Council, we call on all of you to support all efforts to end this conflict and to achieve justice and accountability for all the crimes committed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now I have the floor. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Saifuddin Abdullah, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, for a video message. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to congratulate Ambassador Federico Villegas on his election as the President of the HRC, as well as members of the Bureau to steer this august body. I wish to thank the international community for their support of Malaysia's HRC membership for the 2022-2024 term. I reaffirm Malaysia's commitment to deliver on our pledges and foster constructive engagement, inclusivity, understanding, and mutual respect at our discourse at the Council based on the principle of peaceful coexistence. Malaysia will strive to become a mediator for peace, a facilitator for collaboration, and a builder of consensus. As we enter the third year of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are still far from overcoming the deadly virus, with new variants spreading faster and wider than the rate of the global vaccine distribution. It is in these uncertain times that we have to unite for humanity. We must work together to collectively address our shared global challenges, recover better, and build back stronger. We must work hand in hand and intensify our efforts to ensure vaccine equity and that no one is left behind. In this spirit, Malaysia has contributed almost 900,000 doses of vaccine and 23 million units of equipment, including face masks and medical gloves, to countries in need. Mental health has also emerged as a silent parallel pandemic, evidenced by the rising case of depression, anxiety, and suicide worldwide. In October 2021, Malaysia launched the National Strategic Plan for Mental Health, which emphasizes intersectoral collaboration and crisis preparedness to ensure early intervention for mental health issues. Malaysia also plans to further highlight the issue of mental health and human rights in the context of the public service in upcoming council sessions. We hope to raise greater awareness on the mental health situation among public servants during the pandemic, and we welcome the collaboration of interested parties. In recent development, last October, Malaysia co-sponsored a groundbreaking HRC resolution recognizing that enjoying a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a human right. We are committed to conserving planetary health as we aspire to achieve a net zero greenhouse gas emission target by 2050. At the national level, we established the Climate Change Action Council to discuss and set the policy direction to this end. I now would like to draw attention to the escalating situation in Ukraine that threatens to evolve into another humanitarian and human rights quagmire. Malaysia strongly urges all concerned parties to urgently take steps to de-escalate and prevent further loss of lives and devastation. Malaysia had experienced firsthand the brutality of the conflict in Ukraine with the downing of Flight MH17 in 2014, resulting in the tragic loss of innocent lives. We do not wish to see further victims caught in the unfortunate conflicts, especially civilians and the vulnerable groups. We call on all parties to respect the basic principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as international humanitarian and human rights laws. All efforts must be vigorously pursued and accelerated to seek a peaceful and amicable solution to the conflict based on international law and the UN Charter. Malaysia will also continue to highlight long-standing humanitarian and human rights challenges, particularly the plight of the Palestinian people and the Rohingya refugees. Decades of Israel's gross human rights abuses and apartheid practices must stop, and the international community must uphold the Palestinians' right to self-determination. Malaysia is also disappointed that the predicament of the Rohingya refugees has not improved. Finding a long-term solution requires addressing the root causes and guaranteeing accountability, which could enable their safe, voluntary and dignified return to Rakhine. As an ASEAN member state, Malaysia will continue to work with all stakeholders towards the implementation of the 5-point consensus and ultimately an amicable and sustainable solution for Myanmar's return to the path of democracy. We believe that the UN Secretary-General's Special Envoy and the ASEAN Chair's Special Envoy on Myanmar can play a pivotal role in ensuring inclusive engagement and bringing all stakeholders to the table. Malaysia stands ready to play a constructive role towards this end. Thank you.
I thank you, Excellency. Now it's honor for me to invite Her Excellency Ms. Najla Mohammad, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Government of National Unity of Libya. Excellency, the floor is yours.
سعادة السيد فيدريكو فيغاس رئيس مجلس حقوق
Your Excellency, Mr. Federico Villegas, President of the Human Rights Council, Your Excellency, Madame Bachelet, High Commissioner for Human Rights, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, please allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Federico Villegas upon his assumption of the presidency of the Human Rights Council, as well as the members of the Bureau. I wish them every success in the work of this council. Respect for human rights is no longer a domestic issue concerning just governments and states alone. It is an issue that affects all of us across the international community. We are all obliged to work collectively, together, to promote human rights across the planet. The COVID-19 pandemic tested international solidarity and our ability to work together to protect and promote human rights and basic rights, the right to life, the right to free circulation, and so forth. This pandemic also, in this way, highlighted that international organizations and their member states need to coordinate better in order to cooperatively promote human rights. The world today is at a crossroads. Indeed, the very principles of human rights, which were very present in the minds of the authors of the Charter of the United Nations, remain topical and relevant. Those rights remain indivisible at a time when we see new unknown dangers in the terms of the pandemic, conflicts, and indeed war. The attack against Ukrainian sovereignty acutely and painfully reminds us of how important it is to protect and preserve those rights, and how important it is to prohibit all forms of force in resolving conflicts. It is vital for the international community to return to the international human rights mechanisms. My country has seen the consequences of war, the war which was waged by proxy, and we have paid a high price for that. Through national dialogue, however, we were able to rebuild. We are mindful that we are still in a sensitive period of our history. We are striving to rebuild our state and institutions after years of political division and armed conflict. Libya now sees a thin ray of hope with the end of the National Libyan Dialogue and the Geneva Accords of last year. That agreement helped us create a government of national unity, which heralded in a period of peace in our country. We have not forgotten. On the contrary, we have organized elections, parliamentary elections and presidential ones, slated for next December. We have seen, and this despite the challenges that we've seen, logistic and otherwise. Democratic participation is the central pillar of the construction of the rule of law and state participation in the state. The government of national unity, with a large slew of political figures and political parties, is working to guarantee a climate favorable for the organization of elections as soon as possible. The government of national unity is working to implement and execute its responsibilities to promote human rights far from any kind of discrimination. We have launched various initiatives to overhaul the status of detainees, notably those in prisons. We have worked for migrants to find their way home to their native towns and regions. We have punished hate speech, this in the parliament and across the government. Indeed, we have understood that it's important to refer to the justice system all violators of human rights and to undertake investigations. This is why I've accelerated investigations to identify perpetrators and refer them to the courts. Our government has worked with our mission in Geneva to expedite the international inquiry which was initiated within this council. As regards economic and social rights, our government has raised the standard of living of the population, implementing a number of measures to boost the basic wage, notably for the most underprivileged. We have built rebuilding funds to fund reconstruction in the most heavily affected towns. We have worked with international partners to deliver the sufficient number of vaccine doses to fight COVID-19, and we have launched a campaign to encourage people to get vaccinated. Migration is a global challenge that we have seen in our country historically on a number of occasions. My country, through its geographic location, is a natural transit corridor for migration for both the south and north. This creates an additional burden for our country, which already encounters and struggles with instability. Many migrants have become victims of human trafficking and transnational organized crime groups. Numerous migrants have been victims of various violations of their rights, and we are striving to bring accountability and stop these crimes. However, we cannot handle these issues of human trafficking and organized crime alone. We need a global, collective effort that must be articulated globally to handle the issues of criminal networks and human trafficking in the area of migration. Guaranteeing human rights, consolidating and protecting them are part of the humanitarian and global efforts which require joint, shared efforts by the international community. This is how we must strengthen and consolidate the bodies protecting human rights. My country is dedicated to these principles and values during the current period of transition towards democracy. It is in this way that we hope, through our place in this body, to continue to promote human rights. We have worked in full transparency with the Commission of Inquiry of this Council, which was sent to Libya. We have also striven to provide additional information for the report in cooperation with the Commission of Inquiry delegates. We look forward to cooperating fruitfully with the international community in order to achieve peace, security and development, not just in Libya, but across our region and indeed the planet. It is vital that we focus on the root causes of the crises and wars, terrorism, climate change. We are fully committed to achieve implementation of the 2030 goals and the African goals for 2060. All of these objectives and goals are ambitions which we support. Together, we can do this. We can condemn the violations of the rights of the Palestinian people as well as aggressions against the peoples in the Arab world. We wish you every success. Thank you.
Now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Carolina Valdiva, Acting Minister for Foreign Affairs of Chile, for video message, please.
Señor President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, I am addressing you, representing Chile, during this high-level segment of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. Chile condemns the armed aggression of Russia and the violation on sovereignty and integrity of Ukraine, and reiterates its appeal for dialogue to find a peaceful solution to the conflict as set out in Article 2 of the United Nations Charter. Both Russia as well as Ukraine are members of the Human Rights Council, and as such, we believe and understand that they have committed themselves to respecting the highest standards of protecting human rights. We would appeal to Russia to withdraw its troops, respect territorial integrity and the sovereignty of Ukraine, and avoid the loss of innocent lives and material damage by respecting the Geneva Conventions. I wish to express the Chilean people's solidarity to the millions of people affected in Ukraine by this war. Chile harbors the hope that dialogue and negotiations will prevail to prevent a greater escalation of this conflict threatening international peace and security. President, for Chile, the Human Rights Council is the key area in terms of cooperation, dialogue and consensus in the field of human rights within the United Nations. We defend the need for a multilateral order that recognizes the profound interrelationship between the dimensions of peace and security, democracy and participation, sustainable development and inclusion, and human rights. To begin, we would like to take this opportunity to support the work carried out by the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Madame Michelle Bachelet, whose independent voice, together with the very many actions undertaken under her direction, are extremely relevant to highlight respect for human rights in the complex circumstances of the present time. President, Excellencies, Chile advocates strengthening multilateral mechanisms for promoting and protecting human rights, both universal as well as regional. And by bearing in mind such purposes, we would like to restate that the Chilean government has presented its candidacy to the United Nations Human Rights Council for the period 2023-2025, the election of which will take place in New York during the 77th session of the General Assembly in November 2022. This candidacy will allow our country to reassert its commitment to promoting and protecting human rights as the backbone of the state of Chile and its public policies. Promoting democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are fundamental pillars of Chile's foreign policy. That is why Chile is party to the key international human rights treaties and instruments that protect civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights, as well as women's rights, children's rights, those of indigenous people, minorities, and other vulnerable groups. President, distinguished representatives, our candidacy is occurring at a challenging time for the Council's work, given the need to revitalize multilateralism and recognize new realities in terms of human rights, particularly in the sphere of civil and political rights and in terms of gender and women's rights. The gender agenda for our country is a priority in the Human Rights Council. That is why Chile is a coordinator, together with Canada, of the two panels which take place in the annual debate on women's rights during the June sessions in the Human Rights Council. We address this topic from various standpoints, including gender equity, violence against women, sexual and reproductive rights, women's participation in the public sphere, amongst other areas. I'd like to inform you that my country, after 20 years, finally ratified the optional protocol to CEDAW. It deposited it before the United Nations Secretary-General on the 12th of March, 2020. President, distinguished representatives, Chile very much values universality, equal treatment, dialogue and cooperation stemming from the Universal Periodic Review Mechanism in the terms set out in Resolution 60/251. Our country participates in the periodic reviews of all states, and we view it as a unique peer review tool to promote universality, interdependence, indivisibility, and interrelationship of all human rights. The priorities set out by Chile when it issues recommendations to states are the ratification of international human rights instruments, institutional strengthening of human rights, combating discrimination and violence based on sexual orientation, identity and gender expression, as well as sexual characteristics, also the prevention and protection against torture, abolition or moratorium in the use of the death penalty. Furthermore, Chile believes that the special procedures are a key mechanism in promoting and protecting human rights, and a vital contribution to their gradual development. Since 2009, Chile has held an open-ended standing invitation and fully cooperates with the special procedures, and it is a part of the group of friends of those procedures. President, distinguished representatives, the major challenges mankind faces, such as climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and inequality, are all issues that must be tackled with a human rights-based approach. In that connection, Chile supports the establishment of an internationally binding instrument which would make it possible to better tackle future health emergencies with greater solidarity and cooperation. Sir, distinguished representatives, building a democratic and respectful society where human rights are respected is ongoing work, and it is the tireless commitment of Chilean state since it returned to democracy in 1990. Our country is committed to continue undertaking its institutional efforts to attain truth, justice, and full reparation of all human rights violations which took place during the 1973 to 1989 dictatorship. Furthermore, in 2019, Chile experienced a number of social mobilization movements which compelled the government to declare states of constitutional emergency and to make greater efforts in maintaining public order and security. As part of that crisis, our country extended an invitation to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and to other organizations to visit Chile. And it is committed to strengthening investigations because of the events that took place during the social movements, and to adopt all legal and political measures to guarantee that they do not reoccur. President, distinguished representatives, by way of conclusion, we would wish to restate Chile's commitment to continue working so that every day it is an active member of the international community, which is called upon to carry out the noble task of constantly improving the human rights scene in all corners of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Maintenant, j'ai l'honneur.
I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Madame Aline Antonella Ndembet Damas, Justice Minister of Gabon. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the Human Rights Council, Your Excellency Secretary General, High Commissioner, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is for me an honor and a pleasure once again to take the floor before this august assembly on the occasion of this high-level segment of the current session of the Human Rights Council, the 49th session, after 2 years of absence due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we come back together. This is encouraging because we see now a new ray of hope that we can return to normal life in our respective cities. And this, thanks to the work of our states, Gabon has spared no effort, indeed, to fight this pandemic, taking preventive, courageous measures, the appropriate measures, and adopting a national vaccination program, the efficacy of which has made it possible to revert the circulation and growth of the virus. Through me, I would like to extend to you the warm greetings of the head of state, and the head of the state and the government of Gabon. I would like to warmly congratulate Mr. Federico Villegas, His Excellency, and Ambassador of Argentina, and to congratulate him upon his assumption to the presidency of the Human Rights Council for 2022. Finally, I would like to express our deep appreciation to Her Excellency Madame Michelle Bachelet, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, for her tireless leadership and her guidance through these difficult 2 years. President, Excellencies, taking the floor during this high-level segment, at the outset, I would like to reiterate most solemnly the commitment of my country to human rights and basic freedoms as they flow from the key international mechanisms and treaties to which we are a party. This commitment is translated into our shared actions, measures taken internationally and nationally to promote and consolidate protections for human rights. On the international level, my country is happy to have presented our latest periodic review before the Committee for the Eradication of Discrimination Against Women on the 8th and 9th of February 2022 during the last session. In addition, we have submitted our first periodic report under the Convention Against Forced Disappearances on the 7th of February this year. This reflects a desire and a determination by Gabon to cooperate with the human rights mechanisms, and this will continue, without any doubt, through the coming months with the submission of other reports, notably the report on the Convention Against Racial Discrimination, the Convention Against Torture, the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and the Universal Periodic Review, slated for the month of October 2022. In addition, as a part of our mandate in the Human Rights Council, Gabon is pursuing a policy of active engagement through initiatives that we have taken in a national capacity and through our support to our peers and the groups to which we belong. For example, we welcome the consensus-based adoption on the 12th of July 2021 of Resolution 47/L2 on the management of consolidation of gender-based rights under the Africa Group banner. This was a resolution which underscores the importance of optimized, effective management in protecting the rights of women and girls, bringing a new legislative dynamic and institutional framework to ensure the legalization of the equality of rights and ensuring sustainable development goals by 2030. Under this same issue, we would like to count on all states during the discussion panel, which will take place during the 50th session of the Human Rights Council next June. On the national level, and with constant technical support from the High Commissioner for Human Rights through the office in Yaoundé, numerous efforts have been executed in order to promote and guarantee human rights to benefit all of our citizens. In last November, for example, 3 workshops were held on capacity building for magistrates and the members of steering committees to help guide our work fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as strengthening our work on human rights across Central Africa. The same goes for the implementation of our vast public policy to drive down inequality between the genders and to fight violence against women, in compliance with the spirit of the Convention on the Eradication of all forms of discrimination against women. The Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 also, the Beijing Programme of Action, and the call for action of the Secretary General of the United Nations for Human Rights, as launched in 2020. Within the framework of this vast public set of policies called Gabon Equality, we started with an analysis of the circumstances and situation in which women live, Over 30 measures were adopted for application starting in September 2021 on the basis of 3 key laws. The law amending various provisions of the Criminal Code, the law bringing amendments to the Civil Code, and a specific law aimed at eradicating violence against women. As regards the Criminal Code, the modifications made have made it possible to introduce new crimes such as discrimination, moral harassment in domestic life, as well as aggravating circumstances in other areas when there is violence perpetrated by members of a family, protecting the rights of women wherever there are perpetrators of violence against women and they are protected by the state or by others. This law introduces the concept, new concepts protecting the rights of women, including related to abortions. On the Civil Code, the reforms focus on births and registrations, changing from 15 to 18 the minimum age for marriage, new rights for women to engage in paid work, consensus-based divorce with a new particular procedure, punishment for violence and the exclusion, allowance of violence as a reason for divorce. As regards violence against women, a new set of provisions is provided to ensure that victims provide better, more comprehensive care. These provisions list all forms of violence, notably physical violence, psychological violence, moral violence, sexual violence, as well as economic and property-based violence, whether this is within a family or in the professional arena. Second, these provisions put in place for women victims of violence new measures, including for outreach and prevention in all areas, the right to free information, social assistance, as well as legal aid, rights associated with work, coercion, protection stipulated by judges to protect victims in danger. This new law also establishes a national ombudsman for the rights of women. In order to guarantee the effective application of these reforms, information sessions were organized across all of the national territory for all persons in the judiciary system and auxiliary services. A vast outreach program is currently underway across the population, involving all civil society stakeholders. President, ladies and gentlemen, in our tireless desire to ensure the enjoyment of human rights for the most vulnerable, the government of Gabon, upon instructions of the head of state, is currently putting in place a national policy regarding crimes and punishment for adequate solutions to be found to permanently improve the work of the judiciary and penitentiary systems. This new policy will be shored up with a new policy for rehabilitation and reintegration. It's currently being drafted, and it will make it possible to fight recidivism and to ensure that people coming out of prison can be returned into society and reintegrated. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Gabon is starting its second year as a member of the Human Rights Council. We are therefore determined to support the Council in the development of new tools which will serve as a basis for protecting and promoting human rights, consolidating the work of the Human Rights Council to ensure respect for human rights. In a context where the challenges are now becoming ever more global and where our destinies are all ever more interlinked, we need to demonstrate international solidarity in order to build a more prosperous, fair and equitable world. All that remains is for me once again to thank you and reiterate the commitment and mobilization of the people of Gabon to ensure that we achieve our shared goals, including guaranteeing that universal human rights are enjoyed by all. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Excellence.
I thank you, Your Excellency.
Give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Juan Carlos Olguin, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador, for visa message, please.
Distinguished heads of state, ministers, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to speak within the high-level segment of this ordinary session of the United Nations Human Rights Council. I wish to restate Ecuador's unwavering commitment to respecting, promoting and protecting human rights in line with compliance with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. My country has ratified all international human rights conventions and instruments, and openly and continuously collaborates with all the United Nations mechanisms and special procedures. The COVID-19 pandemic has had an impact on the entire world, and Ecuador was no exception. Our country experienced a health, economic and social emergency. However, the national government managed available resources responsibly and did its utmost to address the crisis. As a result, in 8 months of this government, the success of the vaccination campaign is undoubtable. And today, we have good news to share with you that over 83% of the population is fully vaccinated. This is an achievement attained by the government and the Ecuadorian people. It was also made possible thanks to international cooperation, including the vaccination of the Guarani population to protect that indigenous people that lives in voluntary isolation in the heart of the Ecuadorian Amazon. I wish to recall that Ecuador, a year ago, together with Azerbaijan, on behalf of the non-aligned movement, presented a resolution called Resolution on the Guarantee of the Right to Health through Equitable and Universal Access to Vaccines in response to pandemics and other health emergencies. This resolution was adopted unanimously by the Human Rights Council and received support from a large number of countries. This is a topic which we need to continue working on, given that there are still problems when it comes to the equitable access to vaccines. Our National Development Plan 2021-2025 is based on the principles of democracy, diversity, solidarity, transparency and the fight against corruption. And it seeks, amongst other objectives, to ensure human rights, eradicate poverty, increase and boost social inclusion and attain prosperity. Ecuador has shown to be continuously concerned about increasing protection for the most vulnerable persons and groups of society. When it comes to the rights of children and adolescents, we are fostering programs to reduce poverty and do away with chronic child malnutrition. We will continue to defend the rights of indigenous peoples. We are committed to defending the rights of persons with disabilities, and Ecuador has spearheaded work and leadership in this regard globally. Ecuador is party to all international conventions to promote and protect women's rights. We encourage compliance with international instruments, making it possible to achieve gender equality, and we encourage measures to be adopted to prevent, eradicate, sanction and bring to justice perpetrators of violence against women. On this point, for the first time in the history of the country, the budget aimed at preventing and eradicating violence against women has been quadrupled. Our country has taken very significant steps towards recognizing and respecting diversities in all its forms. We established an administrative unit within the executive which will make it possible to draft the first comprehensive public policy to prevent and stamp out all forms of violation and discrimination based on sexual orientation and sexogeneric diversity. With respect to the rights of persons deprived of liberty, the national government aims to present or table in the coming weeks a social rehabilitation policy with a human rights-based approach. This has been prepared with support from the United Nations system and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. My country shall continue to promote the preparation and implementation of international standards in the area of businesses and human rights. In that connection, the Permanent Representative of Ecuador before the United Nations in Geneva will continue as the presidency of the Intergovernmental Open-Ended Working Group to draft an internationally binding instrument on transnational companies and other businesses in terms of human rights. Nationally, Ecuador will continue to prepare a national action plan on businesses and human rights under the United Nations guiding principles. Turning now to the fight against corruption, Ecuador signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. This will make it possible to establish mechanisms to achieve integrity, transparency and accountability. Ecuador will continue to take an active part in the discussion of the key areas of interest on this Council's agenda. We very much hope that the lessons that the pandemic has left behind will remain so that they remain as fundamental objectives in our memory, and that all difficulties that we have overcome will pave the way for a new understanding amongst peoples. I thank you very much.
I thank you. Now, I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Wendy Carolina Morales Urbina, Attorney General of Nicaragua, for video message.
Excellency Federico Villegas, President of the Human Rights Council of the United Nations Organization, representatives of member states, members and observers, distinguished representatives of international organizations, the Government of National Reconciliation of Nicaragua at this Human Rights Council would like to refer to the way in which bodies and international organizations such as this Council value the implementation of human rights amongst countries. Some countries are tolerant with the atrocities that take place. This unequal assessment leads to manipulation of human rights and other hegemonic standards as a result of economic and political policies from imperialist countries which affect the sovereignty of countries and do not wish for any foreign intervention. The development of human rights, which this international body must promote, is the implementation of these rights within the framework of the right to identity, sovereignty, and the historical identity of each country, without losing sight of human rights set out in the mandates and policies adopted, which particularly place emphasis on dissemination of information for analysis, which should be impartial and objective. We note and disapprove of sources used by the United Nations Office as regards the current updates, reports, preliminary reports and investigations, which, far from being based on true information of societies, only collect the voices of some sectors with political economic interests defined under the policies drawn up by major neo-colonialist countries. In the case of Nicaragua, the so-called updates on human rights are not fair or equitable, but they are true aggressions against our country. This type of reports aim to discredit our authorities and national institutions, as well as the legal system underpinning the Nicaraguan state, on the basis of false and impartial, unbiased information, with the aim of interfering in our affairs and interfering in our sovereignty, and echoing the interventionist policies of the US and other European countries against our country. We will always restate that issuing value judgments is very easy to do. What's really difficult is to achieve implementation, particularly when it comes to economic, social and cultural rights that benefit the entire country. And to do this in the midst of permanent attacks is even more difficult. We are talking in all authority about the right to life, the right to health, the right to education, to work, the right to drinking water, to electric energy, to housing, to women's rights, children's rights, young persons, the elderly, combating extreme poverty, eradicating illiteracy, citizens' security, the rights of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants, amongst other rights, whereby we have attained major progress. We categorically state that there cannot be human rights without the democratization of wealth, and this is implemented by public policies on health and the well-being of the Nicaraguan people, as set out by our government. Nicaragua has been constantly subjected to those who wish to attack directly our human rights of the Nicaraguan people. This is a real crime against humanity. However, these unfair unilateral measures, which are coercive and illegal against our people, will not discourage us or undermine us, and we will continue to be firm in the fight against and attain the highest levels of democracy. Nicaragua never has been a threat to any country in the world. We are a peaceful, decent, courageous country within the international community. We claim justice and equality, and that is why we state that this forum is against the human rights of Nicaraguan people. We would ask the hostilities to come to an end against our people. We would denounce the emphasis placed which seek to justify sanctions against countries based on international human rights standards. We would appeal to this forum once again to take on its responsibility in terms of the history of mankind, respecting the peoples of the world to take their own decisions and to live in peace with sovereignty, respect and human consideration. Thank you very much.
I thank you. It's my honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdul Mumin, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh, for video message. Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to address this council. Our country, Bangladesh, was born out of a long struggle against injustice, discrimination, and oppression. So when we started our journey as a free nation, we attached a strong commitment to human rights and fundamental freedom of our people. This spirit has remained unchanged ever since. Our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, envisioned a country that would uphold the principles of equality, inclusivity, democracy, and justice. Taking inspiration from his ideals, our democracy has flourished with an elected parliament, independent judiciary, free media, and vibrant civil society. These institutions have collectively worked in favor of a stronger focus on human rights and fundamental freedoms. They have also helped us in mainstreaming human rights in our national discourse. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the government of Bangladesh is relentlessly working to uphold the rule of law, good governance, and civil liberty. We have adopted a whole of society approach to ensure economic, social, and cultural rights and protect civil and political rights. Our government has remained vigilant against violent extremism, terrorism, human trafficking, and narcotic use that have the potential to jeopardize human rights enjoyment of all. With the highest level of professionalism and respect for human rights, our law enforcing agencies have been trying to fight these social evils. Equity, inclusiveness, and fairness characterize our development endeavors. We take pride in our success in gender equality and women empowerment. Today, in Bangladesh, women have greater participation in legislation, administration, judiciary, and civil society. We have also ensured social inclusion and empowerment of the third gender people. Recently, 2 third gender persons have been elected in our local government elections. Social justice is integral to our development policies and programs. We have put in place special measures for vulnerable sections of the society to enable them to enjoy the fundamental rights and participate in all spheres of national life. As we fight the COVID pandemic, we have ensured human rights remain at the center of all prevention, preparedness, containment, and treatment measures. Mr. President, our respect for human dignity led us to provide shelter to over 1 million forcibly displaced Rohingyas of Myanmar. By doing so, we saved thousands of lives. Despite enormous challenges, we continue to host these persecuted people and ensure their safety and security. Last year, in this August Council, I called for proactive global efforts to seek a durable solution to the Rohingya crisis. Today, I again urge the international community to help ensure that the recommendations of the Advisory Commission on Rakhine State are implemented, accountability and justice are delivered, and a conducive environment for the return of the forcibly displaced Rohingyas is created in Myanmar. The international community must not shy away from their responsibility to resolve the crisis and relieve Bangladesh from the burden that Myanmar has imposed upon us. I would like to reiterate that the Rohingya crisis was created by Myanmar and its solution also lies with them. We must not forget that it is the right of the Rohingya people to be able to return to their homeland, Myanmar. Excellencies, Bangladesh attaches high importance to the work of Human Rights Council in promotion and protection of human rights globally. We strongly support the UPR mechanism to reinforce countries' endeavors to promote and protect human rights. We also cooperate closely with other mechanisms of the Council, including the special procedures. We are equally mindful of our obligation under the treaty bodies. As a testimony to our robust engagement, we have submitted 7 treaty body reports in recent years. Mr. President, let me briefly share our perspective on some global problems that require greater attention from the Council. Climate change is an existential threat to humanity. While it is a global crisis, the most vulnerable countries bear the greatest burden. The Council has a moral responsibility of contributing to the acceleration of global climate actions to save lives and livelihoods and promote climate justice. Inequality is another threat to human development and dignity. We have witnessed its worst nature during the pandemic, particularly in the form of vaccine inequality. We would like to see that Council addresses inequality within and among the states more deftly. In many parts of the world, migrants remain vulnerable and experience discrimination. During the pandemic, migrant workers were disproportionately affected due to their unequal access to healthcare and livelihood opportunities. The Council needs to reflect on solutions that can protect the rights of the migrants more effectively, irrespective of their status. Mr. President, the Human Rights Council has completed 15 years of its existence. This pioneer human rights body was created to promote and protect human rights around the world. It is now high time to reflect if the Council has lived up to its expectations. In our view, the Universal Periodic Review is the flagship mechanism of this body, which has changed the culture of selective consideration of human rights. Surely, this universal mechanism needs continued nurturing and support. Like this, we also need to remain impartial and non-selective and avoid confrontation and the application of double standards in dealing with human rights issues in the Council. On its part, Bangladesh will continue to play a constructive role and remain engaged with all to make this truly an effective human rights organ of the United Nations. I thank you. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Retno Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, for video message.
Mr. President, as we meet today, the people of Ukraine are suffering. War and conflict have resulted in innocent civilian casualties. It has created humanitarian catastrophe. The military attack on Ukraine is unacceptable. It must be put to an end. Please stop. A peaceful resolution through diplomacy must be put forward. The UN Charter and international law, including respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of a country, must be adhered to. The human rights situation in Ukraine warrants the Council undivided attention. The safety and well-being of the people is our utmost priority. In this connection, we call on all parties to ensure safe passage for all civilians and to allow and facilitate rapid, safe, and unhindered access for humanitarian assistance. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine has compounded human rights challenges, particularly when most of us continue to struggle with COVID-19 and its multidimensional impact. Global unemployment has climbed over 200 million mark. Over 1 billion people could be living in extreme poverty by 2030. Discrimination and inequalities run rampant, robbing the less fortunate among us of an opportunity to have a better life. Mr. President, this should be our wake-up call. The pandemic must not divert our attention away from human rights situation around the world. Our effort to promote and protect human rights depends on our ability to address these challenges collectively and urgently. We must always avail ourselves to assist those in need. We have to stand strong for human rights and reject human wrongs. There are 3 areas that should be our focus. First, ensure everyone has an equal chance to defeat COVID-19. Health is a fundamental human right, and so is access to medical solutions. The Council must reinforce its commitment to fulfill the right to health, including through fair and equitable access to vaccine for all. As President of the G20, Indonesia stands ready to collaborate further in this effort with a view to rebuilding stronger global health architecture. Second, uphold democratic value in addressing global challenges. Colleagues, democracy, development, and human rights are interdependent and mutually reinforcing. Democratic values must be at the core of our pandemic response to ensure no one is left behind, guarantee the voices of the people, and strengthen international enabling environment for sustainable recovery. The Council must reinvigorate dialogue on the future of democracy in promoting and protecting human rights. Third, advance protection of women's rights. Colleagues, women continue to be disadvantaged in many aspects of life, including access to health care, social protection, and decent employment. Violence against women continues, especially in the conflict zone. Indonesia knows full well the potential of women in being part of the solution, and we are committed to helping other countries harness such potential, including Afghanistan, where we continue to explore possible cooperation on women empowerment. And going forward, I hope to see further integration on a gender perspective in the Council works and deliberation. Mr. President, successful discharge of the Council's mandate requires us to address its shortcomings. We need an adaptive and agile Council that is well prepared to address human rights challenges of our time. We cannot allow politicization of human rights here, including the misuse of the Council for short-sighted objectives. We are here not to assign blame, but to learn from each other and advance cooperation on human rights. To continue our contribution to the Council's work, we have put forward our candidacy to the Council for 2024-2026, and I look forward to having a constructive discussion with all of you during the fourth cycle of the UPR in November. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now have the honour of giving the floor to His Excellency Mr. Subramaniam Akdesor, who is the Minister of Justice for Benin. President, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset extend a warm greeting to this august assembly on the occasion of this high-level segment, which is the first solemn gathering of the Council where my country, Benin, is taking part as a new member for the 2022-2024 period. I would like to extend the congratulations of Benin to the President, Ms. Villegas, to whom we wish every success. On behalf of my government, I would like to thank all the members of the United Nations who supported Benin's election on the 14th of October 2021 and give Benin the opportunity to reaffirm through this second mandate to the Council its commitment and determination to work for the promotion and protection of human rights, both within its borders and around the world, in these troubled times where new threats against human rights are emerging. Benin has always shown itself to be committed to universal principles and values, such as those promoted by the UN Charter, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the African Charter of People's Rights. Those provisions are part and parcel of our Constitution. And this has been a constant in our countries since 1990, and it was consolidated through the ratification of major international legal human rights instruments. Benin's commitment to protect and promote human rights also led to tangible progress in recent years in the framework of the implementation of the SDGs, especially in the field of healthcare, education, the protection of vulnerable people, the improvement of living conditions for our population, and the fight against poverty. When it comes to healthcare, allow me to refer to the project for strengthening human capital, which was launched by our President in 2019, and which aims to provide substantial human resources in order to ensure that people living in rural areas benefit from health insurance, loans, and pension. This project has entered its second phase now, namely that of rollout, following a pilot project that concerned 21 of our regions. In the field of education, free primary education for all children has now been extended to secondary schools, in particular for girls, who now benefit from free education until they get their diploma of completion of first cycle of studies. We have also established a system of priority school meals, and the government, along with the United Nations, or the World Food Programme rather, has also launched a school canteen programme, and this partnerships ensures that children get 2 hot meals a day at school so as to make sure that they stay enrolled in schools. To protect vulnerable people, in 2017, Benin enacted a law promoting the rights of persons with disabilities, and we will soon be submitting our initial report on the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Women also continue to benefit from the protection of the government. In particular, an act was passed in order to crack down on gender-based violence and to protect women. It was adopted on the 20th of October 2021. This act grants enhanced protection to women, as well as more stringent punishments for sexual aggression, sexual harassment, rape, early marriage, genital mutilation, or aggravated violence. Moreover, the National Institute for the Promotion of Women, established in 2009, was reformed in 2021 and given an extended mandate to ensure that it can better protect the rights of women on the political, economic, social, legal, and cultural levels. As regards improving the living conditions of our population, significant progress has been made in terms of providing safe drinking water, with a 70% level of coverage in 2021, which should reach 100% by 2023. The government has committed to that. The same can be said when it comes to accessing electricity. Our electrification rate has progressed from 46% in 2015 to 56% in 2022, in particular in rural areas. President, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to all this progress and to our exemplary governance, in 2020, Benin joined the lower middle income countries group. This reflects our commitment to reducing poverty and promoting sustainable development with a view to ensuring better social well-being. In order to build on this progress and to better protect and promote human rights, the government of Benin aims to strengthen the independence of the National Human Rights Commission of Benin by giving it the necessary wherewithal for it to fulfill its mandate. In the same vein, Benin wants to take the opportunity of this mandate to take part and contribute to the Human Rights Council work in these times where we see the demons that attack human rights re-emerging. Within the F Group, my country will continue to ensure that the concerns of African people continue to be heard, defended, and taken into account in the context of new emerging rights, such as the right to a safe, clean, and healthy environment, the protection of human rights in the context of climate change, and the protection of privacy in the digital era. Benin will continue to participate in discussions on current challenges, such as the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, the fight against racial discrimination and xenophobia, the defense of collective rights, and other items on the agenda for this session. President, ladies and gentlemen, I must conclude by commending efforts aimed at ensuring the universal participation of states in the work of this Council. In particular, I would like to pay tribute to the remarkable work done by the Special Trust Fund and those who contribute to it to help the least developed states and small island developing states to fully participate in the ordinary sessions of this Council. Benin, on its part, will spare no efforts to contribute to the smooth running of the Council and to thereby contribute to the promotion and protection of human rights around the world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Maintenant,
I now have the honour of giving the floor to His Excellency Mr. Felix Mbayu, Delegate Minister for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Cameroon.
The President of the Human Rights Council, Madam High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, Madam Director General of the United Nations Office in Geneva, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. At the outset, permit me to greet you all cordially. On behalf of the Cameroonian delegation, I am honored to lead to this 49th session of the Human Rights Council. I also wish to extend to His Excellency Federico Villegas the warm congratulations of my delegation for his brilliant election to the presidency of the Human Rights Council for the year 2022. There is no doubt that his rich and long experience as a seasoned diplomat, coupled with his great knowledge of the issues before us, will be of great value for the smooth conduct of our work throughout his term of office. While wishing you, Mr. President, full success in your noble and exalting mission, I would like to assure you of the total and constant collaboration of Cameroon. Mr. President, please also allow me to thank all members of our organization who, in their vast majority, voted to re-elect my country, Cameroon, to the Human Rights Council for the period 2022-2024. We thank you all for this and promise, as in the past, to contribute actively to strengthening and enhancing the role of the Human Rights Council. To you, Madam High Commissioner, let me greatly appreciate and applaud the relevance and holistic approach of your report on the situation of human rights in the world. Let me, in this regard, assure you of the constant support of the head of state of Cameroon, His Excellency Paul Biya, in the accomplishment of your lofty and exalting mission. I share your concluding remark that all of humanity must make a strong commitment to the respect, protection, and promotion of human rights. Mr. President, the work of the 49th session of our Council is taking place in an international context marked by the hope of overcoming COVID-19 in the near future. The gradual lifting of barrier measures and the notable advances in preventive and therapeutic research, as well as positive initiatives in favor of vaccine coverage on a world scale, are indices which augur well for a better future. I hope that once this pandemic is over, we will all draw the lessons of this difficult and uncertain period of our life together. Already my delegation like many others, is convinced that more than ever before, the urgency of strengthening solidarity and international cooperation is the appropriate solution to foster a collective well-being. The pandemic has revealed to all of humanity the community of destiny that binds all the peoples of the world. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we examine the thematic agenda of this 49th session, we quickly realize that despite the sustained efforts of the international community in favor of development of mankind, many challenges still remain in this vast project of strengthening human values. This situation is probably due to many sources of tension in the world, inequalities of all kinds, the prevailing precariousness in many societies, the long march towards the consolidation of democracy and the strengthening of the rule of law, the resurgence of conflicts of identity with a strong geostrategic connotation. All these factors sufficiently show that the fight for the strengthening of human rights, of which our Council is the champion par excellence, is still long and difficult. Monsieur le Président,
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as regards the ongoing conflict in the east of Europe, let me take this opportunity to say that Cameroon's government is closely following the conflict that is unraveling there right now. The government of our republic is all the more concerned by this situation because it brings with it grave consequences for international peace and security. The peaceful settlement of disputes between states has always been one of the fundamental principles of Cameroon's foreign policy. That is why my government calls for an end to hostilities and for the beginning of negotiations between the parties in view of finding a concerted solution between the parties. My government remains convinced that we can only return to normal at that price, taking into account the interests of both sides to ensure that the ideals of international peace and security's ideals triumph. President, when we built our common commitment to multilateralism, we set ourselves a few years ago an ambitious program, the 2030 Agenda, the SDGs. I would like, in this respect, to reiterate here Cameroon's firm commitment to work for a world in which man can develop and flourish, and where that development is the primary concern of all humanity. The head of state of Cameroon has always considered that if we do not serve mankind, then we are acting in vain. I would like to recall this historic and factual reality which made Cameroon a pupil of the United Nations and which, therefore, commits Cameroon to remain at the front line of the defense of ideals promoted by the UN Charter and by many other relevant instruments. My country, Cameroon, is fully devoted to the cause and mission of the Human Rights Council. President, as you are well aware, over the last 10 years, my country has been marked by repeated destabilizing maneuvers carried out by professionals in the art of violence, in the art of obscurantism and chaos. Our country's peace and stability were under constant threat. Were it not for the joint effect of the clear-sightedness of our government and the able leadership of our head of state, along with his tolerance and wisdom, if it were not for that and the patriotism and maturity of the vast majority of the people of Cameroon, my country today would be plunged in a spiral of violence. The goal was to hamper peace and to sow disorder and instability, to destroy the human values that our organization promotes, and to undo the unity that we had so difficultly rebuilt after 40 years of imposed separation, division. It was aimed at holding back Cameroon's progress. With your support and the invaluable support of the United Nations, as well as the support of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and support from friendly countries, we are almost out of this terrible, vicious circle. The situation in the regions in crisis in my country has improved significantly, and I can say now that we are beginning to look at that dark period of our history with hindsight. I'd like to reassure the international community about the fact that the security situation in my country is under control. By way of example, Cameroon just played host very successfully to the African Nations Football Cup, a competition organized at the start of this year, January-February 2022. Allow me to remind the Council and all members of the United Nations of some of the important measures taken by the head of state to normalize the situation and promote peace.
True to his wise leadership, the head of state organized a major national dialogue which brought together all the stakeholders, including those of the diaspora. The major outcome of this dialogue included, but not limited to, the granting of a special status to the northwest and southwest regions of Cameroon, the acceleration of the process of decentralization, the establishment of a humanitarian emergency assistance plan, the putting in place of a reconstruction program piloted by the United Nations Development Program, and the creation of a center for disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. Notwithstanding, there are still some isolated cases of deplorable acts that the government is working to control. These acts include attacks by Boko Haram in the far north, and especially sporadic acts of violence of armed groups in the northwest and southwest regions, groups which benefit from support of the enemies of the country living abroad. They continue to collect and embezzle funds to sustain terror in Cameroon. They plan kidnappings and assassinations, including of school children. They have, for the past 4 years, denied the right to education for young children by imposing the so-called school boycott, which they keep alive through violence and threats. Let me avail myself of this opportunity to salute, on behalf of the head of state, the constructive and decisive contribution of Madame Bachelet, United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights, and her team for their visit to Cameroon in 2019, a visit during which they noticed and understood the situation on the ground. It should be said that this visit was one of the crucial steps in the effort to return to normalcy. On behalf of the government of Cameroon, I would like to renew to Madame Bachelet Cameroon's support and reassure her of our total collaboration in the application of the recommendations contained in the mission report of the technical team of the High Commission, published on its extranet site in December 2021. It is noteworthy that the report highlights, amongst other things, the good disposition of Cameroon in favor of the restoration of peace and serenity in the north and southwest regions of the country. Finally, I would like to reassure you, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that despite some endogenous and exogenous difficulties, Cameroon is and will always remain a state which respects, protects, and promotes human rights. Our commitment to fostering the work of the Human Rights Council will always be effective and decisive and commensurate to our commitment to multilateralism. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stanislav Raščan, State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia, for video message. Please.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to address the UN Human Rights Council. Even though I could not attend this session live, this in-person meeting can be seen as a sign of success in our long and exhausting battle against COVID-19. Though last week we woke up into the darkest time since the end of the World War II, I'm deeply saddened and appalled by the horrific events in Ukraine caused by Russian unprovoked action. My thoughts are with Ukraine and its people. Their lives are at grave risk. We have established international law and international fora to pursue dialogue and to react. It's time to react. Russian military aggression on the territory of Ukraine have already resulted in a massive and grave human rights violations. Slovenia supports urgent debate on the UNHRC on the situation on human rights in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression. We will promote a resolution establishing a commission on inquiry of the Human Rights Council. Madam High Commissioner, the nature of contemporary human rights challenges has evolved over time. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought it even further. In his recent remarks to the General Assembly, the Secretary General recognized 5 concrete global challenges. To tackle them, we must choose cooperation instead of polarization, and we must place human rights front and center. In the words of Secretary General, the time to act is now. Regarding the High Commissioner's 2022 Agenda of Action and Rights, Slovenia believes that this comprehensive plan offers an innovative, rights-based solution for addressing the main global challenges. We are especially grateful for the inclusion of concrete and decisive action to uphold the human rights to a healthy environment and to promote the human rights of older persons. Together with our common agenda, the High Commissioner's plan provides a roadmap guiding our action towards the final 8 years we have to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, the Council should continue with the use of modern technologies that were introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic and that can increase its accessibility as well as improve its transparency. We are in particular in favor of technical solutions that can be helpful to small and island developing states and less developed countries. Together, we should be exploring ways to improve support for universal participation in the work of this Council. We remain concerned over the increased level of politicization of human rights. In the challenging global environment, we need to rely on multilateralism and dialogue. The Human Rights Council can be a platform that unites us. That is why we strongly support the President of the Human Rights Council call for strategic dialogue and his wish to hold a series of retreats. Today, reality makes the responsibility of the Human Rights Council significantly bigger. The Council plays the main role of leading global discussions, upholding the highest standards in the promotion of protection and human rights for all. Madam High Commissioner, in conclusion, please allow me to mention that Slovenia remains a firm supporter of the Human Rights Council as well as the Office of the High Commissioner and its invaluable work. We understand that it's imperative to secure the highest possible financial independence of the office in this regard. Therefore, we are stepping up our efforts by planning the predictability of our annual financial contribution. As an active observer state, we are looking forward to the possibility to rejoin the Council for the third time as one of its 47 member states in the period of 2026-2028. Thank you very much.
I thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Rina Sandhu, Vice Minister in the Ministry of External Affairs of India, for video message. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election as the President of the Council and assure you of my delegation's full cooperation. India is a country that believes in our civilizational ethos of Atmavat Sarvabhuteshu, namely treating all human beings as one. We are a society that is firmly rooted in ideals of equality and social justice. We have adopted the mantra of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas, that is, working together for inclusive development for all while securing the trust and contribution of all. Prime Minister Modi, speaking at the 28th Foundation Day of National Human Rights Commission, underlined our civilizational ideal of not behaving with others in a manner which is inimical to you. It implies that enjoyment of human rights also entails for us certain duties as human beings. We should care not only about our rights, but embrace the rights of others as our duty. As this belief permeates our society, human rights have naturally been accepted as one of the core values of our society. As Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation, said, rights and duties should be seen together and not in isolation. It is our experience that our rights are ensured if there is equal emphasis on observance of our duties. Our vibrant and inclusive democracy provides a conducive and enabling ecosystem for promotion and protection of human rights. Democracy in India is not just a system of governance, but an article of faith. It is also a source of inspiration for billions around the world. Our Constitution has enshrined basic human rights as fundamental rights, guaranteeing civil and political rights, stipulating provisions for progressive realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. These continue to evolve and be enforced through legislation by Parliament, progressive interpretation of laws by our judiciary, and active participation of civil society, vibrant media, and citizens. Through our independent judiciary and independent institutions, including Category A, National Human Rights Commission, National Commissions for Minorities, National Commission for Women, National Commission for Scheduled Castes, and National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, We have created a mechanism to enable our citizens to enjoy their fundamental rights and have their grievances redressed. India's active engagement with the global human rights agenda dates back to the early days of the Commission on Human Rights and drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other human rights treaties. India has recently been elected to the Human Rights Council for another 3-year term for 2022-24. We are committed to bring in pluralistic, moderate, and balanced perspectives to bridge multiple divides in human rights discourse and action within the Human Rights Council and beyond. We believe that promotion and protection of human rights are best pursued through dialogue, consultation, and cooperation among the UN member states and through provision of technical assistance and capacity building. Even after adoption of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights 73 years ago, the international human rights discourse has remained contentious and divided. The Human Rights Council, since its inception as a successor to the Commission on Human Rights, has continued to grapple with ideological and political divides. We strongly believe that the Council should promote and protect all human rights, civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights, including the right to development, in a fair and balanced manner. The human rights agenda, including the Council's contribution towards prevention of human rights violations, must be pursued in an impartial manner with due respect for the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. India firmly believes that the Universal Periodic Review of the Human Rights Council is an effective instrument for promotion and protection of human rights. India will be undergoing its 4th UPR later this year, and we seek support and constructive engagement of the member states. Mr. President, terrorism is the most serious violation of human rights as it violates the most fundamental right, namely the right to life. The international community must take resolute action against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to prevent and stop violation of human rights and fundamental freedoms of innocent victims of terrorism. It is important for us to affirm that terrorism can never be justified, nor its perpetrators ever equated with its victims. India's External Affairs Minister had presented last year to the UN Security Council an 8-point action plan on combating terrorism, and we are committed to contribute to global action in this regard. India's abiding commitment to promotion and protection of basic human rights has been manifest in our strategy to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Following our vision of One Earth, One Health, and our commitment to the welfare of the entire humanity, we have contributed to global action against COVID pandemic by providing necessary medicines and vaccines to more than 150 countries. We have ourselves administered more than 1.7 billion doses of vaccines in just over a year. More than 90% of our adult citizens have received the first dose of the vaccine, whereas more than 70% have been administered both the doses. India has undertaken unprecedented steps aimed at economic and social transformation of India, especially during the pandemic. We have continued to provide direct food support to 800 million Indians and financial support to 445 million, many of them women. The development initiatives undertaken by the Government of India include the world's largest financial inclusion scheme, which covers 445 million aspirational Indians, including 115 million farmers, free health insurance coverage to 500 million, provision of 150 million homes to the underprivileged, including 20 million to women, 85 million free gas connections to deserving women belonging to rural households, providing electricity to all villages, construction of 110 million toilets in the last 5 years to improve personal hygiene and sanitation, bringing tap water connection to every household in the country by 2024, etc. We have endeavored to make our development sustainable, inclusive, and green. Our developmental successes have contributed immensely in enjoyment of basic human rights by our people. We therefore support full realization of the right to development. Let me conclude by reiterating our commitment to ensure fullest enjoyment of basic human rights of our people, including through inclusive and sustainable development. India is building a better and fairer society. At home, it is also contributing to a better and fairer world. I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor, and I wish the Council success in its endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Archbishop Paul Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States of Holy See, for video message.
Mr. President, I am pleased to convey the cordial greetings of His Holiness Pope Francis to you, to the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and to all delegations of member and observer states, as well as to all the participants at this 49th session of the Human Rights Council. At the outset, I wish to echo in this Council the words of Pope Francis on the tragic events in Ukraine, who affirmed, "In recent days we have been shaken by something tragic, war. Those who wage war forget humanity. They do not start from the people. They do not look at the real life of people, but place partisan interests and power before all else. They distance themselves from ordinary people who want peace and who, the ordinary people, are the real victims in every conflict, who pay for the follies of war with their own skin. I think of the elderly, of those who seek refuge in these times, of mothers fleeing with their children. They are brothers and sisters for whom it is urgent to open humanitarian corridors and who must be welcomed. With a heart broken by what is happening in Ukraine, I repeat, put down your weapons. Those who love peace reject war as an instrument of aggression against the freedom of other peoples and as a means for the settlement of international disputes. Mr. President, it is with regret that one must acknowledge how, in addition to the millions of lives lost due to the coronavirus and the devastating effects that lockdowns and restrictions have had on promoting integral human development all over the world, the frequency and severity of violations of human rights have been exacerbated over the course of this ongoing global health crisis. The activity of this Council provides startling evidence of this fact. In 2021 alone, it held 5 emergency special sessions on the grave situation of human rights, respectively in Myanmar, Palestine, Afghanistan, Sudan, and Ethiopia. Additionally, the past year has seen increased tensions in the protracted conflicts in Yemen, Syria, Cameroon, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Nigeria, and Colombia. Mr. President, these situations of conflict, violence, and instability cause alarming levels of internally displaced persons and refugees, while the pandemic has had an exponentially negative impact on the displaced. Border closures, local public health restrictions, and devastated economies have limited their access to the security and safe passage guaranteed by international law. In some cases, the global health crisis is even being instrumentalized as an excuse to promote ideological policies that deny the displaced of their basic human rights. At the same time, some host countries are also disproportionately burdened by the enormous influx of refugees and migrants they receive, being asked to go well beyond their capacity to adequately provide for the needs of these people on the move. Once more, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all host countries for their generosity, especially in these challenging times, and urge the international community to provide the necessary support and burdens sharing. Mr. President, I recently had an opportunity to visit Lebanon, which has always been a historic example of coexistence. Only authentic dialogue carried out in mutual respect and with the support of the international community will enable the country to find a solution to the current crisis and to continue being a model of peaceful coexistence and brotherhood. My thoughts also go to the victims of the explosion at the port of Beirut on the 4th of August 2020, to their families, to the many injured and those who have lost their homes, their jobs, and the hope to live. I have met some of them, and they clearly asked to be helped in finding truth and justice. The Holy See would like to bring this plea to the attention of this Council and remind the international community that justice is properly sought solely out of love of justice itself, out of respect for the victims, as a means of preventing new crimes and protecting the common good, not as an alleged outlet for personal anger. Mr. President, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there has also been a stark increase in the number of abuses and violations of civil and political rights, including the right to freedom of assembly, of speech, and of association, as well as the perpetration of arbitrary detentions. While it is necessary to respect the adoption of reasonable measures to public authorities to ensure public safety and health, every effort must be made to ensure that these are not imposed disproportionately in violation of the fundamental human rights or politically motivated. Too often, these violations occur in a context of impunity. Among these violations, those against the freedom of religion are particularly egregious, as the ability to express and practice one's faith, including the freedom of worship, is one of the most intimate and sacred human rights, and remains essential, especially in times of crisis and insecurity. Moreover, attacks on and the desecration or destruction of places of worship and religious sites have escalated over the course of the past few years and are becoming appallingly more commonplace. Mr. President, in the current situation we are living, the need to promote and respect human rights and fundamental freedoms is more crucial than ever. The Holy See will continue to raise its voice in defense of those whose fundamental rights and freedoms are not respected. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you. Now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Marta Delgado Perlata, Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Vice President. And I convey the greetings of the government of Mexico. The current situation requires states to reiterate the strong conviction that peace, freedom, and justice are the cornerstones of the world that the humanity deserves. Mexico regrets the terrible situations to be seen in various parts of the world, including Latin America. And above all, as has been made clear in other fora, we condemn the invasion of the territory of Ukraine, a member state of the United Nations, and we emphasize the adverse impact of that invasion on human rights of people and on the multilateral system, undermining the basic principles of the UN Charter. Mexico will seek to follow the current situation in Ukraine and will work hand in hand with the Council and the other bodies within the United Nations based on respect for international law and, in particular, human rights for all. In line with our tradition and my country's foreign policy of promoting peaceful solutions to disputes, we call on the parties to keep diplomatic channels open and establish effective dialogue to find a peaceful, rapid solution to this crisis. Vice President, once more we come together in this Council, a key body for the present and the future of the human race. Its mandate is to promote universal respect for the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Mexico, as a member of the Human Rights Council, the Security Council, and the Economic and Social Council, as well as UNESCO's Council, where party members of all of those, we seek coordination among the various bodies and mandates of the United Nations for human beings. And in a coordinated fashion, we will promote our constitutional principles in our foreign policy with the promotion and protection of human rights, respect for international law, and promotion of dialogue and peaceful solutions to disputes in order to build fairer, more peaceful societies. That is Mexico's commitment to multilateralism. And we agree with Ms. Bachelet that states must seek international dialogue to address global challenges. Conflicts, the effects of climate change, damage arising from the pandemic that beset the world over the past 2 years require us to work together in solidarity, seeking solutions. It is today that we should remember that we committed to leaving no one behind, and thus Mexico will continue to promote the actions needed for us to make progress towards gender equality, recognition of the rights of all people in vulnerable situations, including people on the move, LGBTI+ persons, persons with disabilities, and persons from indigenous communities. Equitable, significant participation by those groups has a tangible impact on social and economic development of all societies. Mexico, therefore, is a country with a feminist foreign policy. We are seriously concerned by intense attempts to move backwards on that agenda, and we call on all states and other stakeholders to address the topic in an adequate, objective way with a human rights-based approach. Another priority for us within the current pandemic is to continue with universal, timely, equitable access to vaccines, treatments, and other medical inputs required not only within the pandemic, but in other future pandemics that may arise. Not guaranteeing access to health has effects on the full enjoyment of human rights and on countries' development. Foreign policy on human rights in Mexico requires action not only within the international order, it also seeks to have impact nationally so that we can address structural challenges of the state that hold back full enjoyment of human rights. As a party to the openness policy, Mexico is working in cooperation and in transparency with the various treaty bodies, special procedures, and mandates under this Council, as well as directly with the Office of the High Commissioner, to fulfill our international commitments on human rights and contribute to the strengthening of our national policies. The efforts include the visit of the UN Committee on Enforced Disappearance. That is the first visit by that committee to a country, to Mexico last year, and this was done in cooperation in order to address one of the greatest scourges affecting our state. We are also aware of other challenges facing our country, the safety of journalists and human rights defenders, and we are working to build solid institutions and laws to protect them. Our government regrets and condemns murders and intimidation against journalists and human rights defenders, as well as environmental human rights defenders in our country. We recognize their contribution to democratic debate and the rule of law, and we commit to adopting measures for effective human rights for all, nationally, and combating impunity everywhere. Finally, President, in these difficult times that require us to act with commitment internationally and nationally, I wish to reiterate that Mexico will continue to cooperate with international organizations, and our commitment to multilateralism will never flag. We will continue to address all challenges facing humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I was honored to give the floor to His Excellency Kahtan Taha Janobi, Undersecretary for Legal Affairs and Multilateral Relations of Iraq, for video message.
Your Excellency, President of the Human Rights Council, Your Excellency, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, it is my pleasure to salute this distinguished gathering and to express, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Iraq, my appreciation for your tireless and continuous efforts to advance human rights and humanitarian affairs in all countries of the world. Despite the current exceptional circumstances, and from this podium, I wish to affirm my government's desire to continue striving to achieve its goals and fulfill its national, regional, and international obligations in all areas, particularly the humanitarian one. Mr. President, I would like to present to you today the most prominent achievements of the government of Iraq during the past year. Despite the challenges that it has faced and it continues to face in order to fulfill the commitments it has made in its government program. One of these most important achievements is the organization of early parliamentary elections in October 2021. According to international election monitoring organizations and the United Nations mission in Iraq, these elections were characterized by integrity, transparency, and justice. They were held in a safe and stable environment and provided a fair and secure opportunity for voters to exercise their right to free choice, thus meeting all the required international conditions and standards. The elections resulted in the election of 97 women to parliament, which constitutes an unprecedented achievement for Iraq and a step forward towards achieving the goals of Iraq's second plan for the economic empowerment of women for the year 2021-2022. This plan was launched by my country's government with the support of the World Bank Group within the framework of the Program on Empowering Women in the Mashriq. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Iraq continues its cooperation with the United Nations Assistance Mission for Iraq, UNAMI, while respecting the sovereignty of Iraq and the mandate for which this mission was established. Furthermore, Iraq continues to cooperate with non-governmental organizations and local and international civil society institutions which are currently about 5,000 between local and international organizations. The government is working to eliminate all obstacles hindering the work of these organizations, especially given that some of these organizations were able to provide the necessary assistance to individuals and families that were the victims of the ISIS terrorist organization. In the context of addressing the consequences of the crimes committed by ISIS, the Iraqi parliament approved the Yazidi Survivors Law on the 1st of March 2021. The law provides a legal framework to compensate many survivors of the crimes committed by this terrorist organization financially and morally, as well as rehabilitate them. My government has created a General Directorate for Survivors' Affairs to ensure its proper implementation. It is worth noting that Iraq has laid the foundation for the country's efforts to support victims, and this law is a first of its kind in dealing with survivors of crimes of sexual violence in regions suffering from armed conflict and terrorism. August 3rd of every year will mark a national day to raise awareness on the issue of these victims. In the same context, I would like to mention the issue of children descending from the families of ISIS fighters. My government seeks to return the children of non-Iraqi origins to their countries of origin. To this day, Iraq has returned 1,102 children to different countries, and my government is waiting for the results of DNA tests in order to identify the families of the remaining children. From this forum, we call upon all countries to take back their nationals, whether they are underage children or juveniles who have fully served their sentences for the crimes that they have committed under the Iraqi judicial system. Mr. President, in the context of providing a free and dignified life for its citizens, my government has worked to transfer 94 Iraqi families from Al-Hol camp in Syria to Al-Jada camp in Iraq, while providing them with all the basic necessities as well as security and protection. Iraq seeks to intensify efforts with the international coalition and international organizations to uncover the activities of ISIS in Al-Hol camp and limit their negative effects, especially in light of efforts made by ISIS family members of foreign origin to escape the camp. Furthermore, and with regards to the issue of Iraqi refugees stranded at the borders of European countries, this issue has international dimensions and does not only impact Iraqi citizens, most of whom have fallen victim to human smuggling and trafficking networks. This issue has also negatively impacted our relations with some European Union countries. Therefore, I call on the international community from this forum to provide the necessary assistance and crack down on smuggling and human trafficking networks in order to reduce the number of victims. For our part, we are proceeding with securing the return of our citizens who wish to return to Iraq, and the relevant government agencies have thus far facilitated the return of approximately 4,390 Iraqis. Among the other issues of importance that the Iraqi government has tried to address through legal measures is the issue of attacks that targeted demonstrators during the demonstrations that took place at the end of 2019. For the sake of achieving justice and fairness to the victims of these demonstrations, and in order to hold the perpetrators accountable, including through a fair trial, a number of investigative committees have been formed by order of the Prime Minister. Many of those involved were arrested, regardless of their identity and whether they belong to the security services or not. Work is still underway to uncover others involved in committing these violations. Ladies and gentlemen, within the framework of Iraq's international obligations, my country is about to discuss its report on the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights during the month of March, and its national report on the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment during the month of May, in addition to its discussion of the report on the Arab Charter for Human Rights during the month of February 2022. Thank you for listening, and allow me to express success and thanks to this honorable gathering. Thank you very much.
Excellency. Maintenant,
I now have the honor of giving the floor to Her Excellency Isabel Barrault Amadei, Government Councillor and Minister for Foreign Affairs and for Cooperation of the Principality of Monaco. This will be a video message.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the General Assembly, President of the Human Rights Council, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen. For 2 years now, our lives have been overhauled by an unprecedented pandemic, the consequences of which have not yet been fully assessed, even though they have been very dramatic in many ways and affect our societies. Of course, first and foremost, our thoughts go out to the victims of the coronavirus and their families. But over and beyond its most direct consequences, the pandemic has hampered the exercise of human rights and the full enjoyment of fundamental freedoms. Unfortunately, it is often the most vulnerable who have borne the brunt of this, such as women who have faced greater domestic violence or children whose right to education has been hindered in a significant way. That is why it is essential to place human rights at the heart of our strategies for combating the pandemic and for rebuilding in the post-COVID era. The COVID-19 crisis, however, has not completely eclipsed all the others. 2021 saw a number of other preoccupying situations emerge. Against this backdrop, the Human Rights Council showed its capacity to respond by holding no fewer than 5 special sessions, which, amongst other things, helped establish the mandate for a special rapporteur in Sudan. In this respect, Monaco would like to underscore the importance of the independent mechanisms established by the Council, such as the mandates of the special rapporteurs, the commissions of inquiry or investigation, and the other mechanisms which seek to establish evidence about the most preoccupying human rights violations. Such work is indispensable in order to then ensure justice, accountability. That is why Monaco can only regret the rejection during the 48th session of the resolution aimed at renewing the mandate of the group of experts on Yemen. That group of experts was the only UN mechanism designed to document the human rights violations committed by all parties to the conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, Simone de Beauvoir said that all you would need would be a political, religious, or economic crisis for women's rights to be called into question again. Those words echo today in a grave manner, as girls and women are particularly exposed to the impact of COVID-19, to the impact of climate change, and the impact of armed conflict. In this respect, Monaco is deeply concerned by the setbacks in the field of women and girls' rights, setbacks that we have seen in recent months in several regions of the world. I'm thinking of Afghanistan, where the strides made over the last 20 years have been or were called into question in the space of but a few days, as was said by 30-odd mandate holders, special procedure mandate holders, in a recent statement. Their statement is clear. Women are now fully excluded from social, economic and political spheres across the country. The promotion and protection of women's and girls' rights are therefore, more than ever before, a priority which this Council must continue to uphold. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, according to the WHO, worldwide, 1 child in 4 suffers psychological violence, and up to 1 billion children suffer from physical, sexual or emotional violence every year. At school, these phenomena are amplified by the mass use of social networks by young people. Aware of this reality, Monaco decided to avail itself of the necessary tools to prevent such abuses and punish the perpetrators. That is why, on 3rd of December 2021, we enacted our law on combating harassment and violence within the school environment. It establishes prevention plans as well as reporting mechanisms and procedures for providing support to the victims, authors and whistleblowers when it comes to harassment. This is and bullying. This is one example of our commitment to protecting the rights of the child, something which we have been doing at the international level for many years. We will continue to blaze that trail, in particular within the context of this Council. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, last year the Human Rights Council adopted a landmark resolution which, for the first time, recognized at the international level the right to a safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment. The Principality of Monaco enshrined this right in its Environment Code in 2017, and we supported this Council's step and will continue to do so. Enjoying a healthy environment is essential for exercising a certain number of fundamental rights, primarily the right to life. To be convinced by this, all you need to do is recall that air pollution leads to 7 million premature deaths per year, according to WHO data. So we need to step up our efforts in this field. This year we will mark the 50th anniversary of the establishment of UNEP. My country believes that the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms have a leading role to play in this respect. That is why we have for several years been providing financial support for the work of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment. This support comes on top of the non-earmarked voluntary contributions that Monaco provides to the High Commissioner's Office every year. We know that the work of the High Commissioner's Office rests largely on extra budgetary contributions. This is due to the chronic underfunding of the human rights budget part of the UN's general budget. And that situation is regrettable. But this Council can do nothing but take it into account in its work. And that involves successfully rationalizing our work, as we have been doing for several years now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. I hope that our Council's work will be crowned with success during this session. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, says the President.
I honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Sameh Hassan Shokri Selim, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Egypt, for video message.
President of the Human Rights Council, High Commissioner for Human Rights, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to congratulate the Argentinian presidency of the Council, and I'd like to congratulate the Bureau members as well and wish them every success in the execution of their duties. Allow me also to extend my greetings to those who have been chairing the Council's proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, my country is committed to protecting and promoting human rights in Egypt in accordance with our constitution and in accordance with my country's international obligations. We do so through a genuine partnership with civil society with a view to building a state that is conducive to the exercise of human rights, to democracy and the rule of law. A country where everyone can enjoy their rights without discrimination. These efforts led to the launching of our first strategy for human rights and an exclusive national strategy that was adopted following broad-based consultations with civil society. The promotion of human rights is a gradual and continual process. No country can claim to have fully or perfectly achieved human rights. There is no unified or single model that everyone should follow. Each country has its own ways of doing things and acts in accordance with the realities on the ground and its specificities. Ladies and gentlemen, Egypt adopts a comprehensive approach to protecting and promoting human rights and fundamental freedoms. Egypt has been able to achieve significant progress when it comes to protecting civil and political rights and fundamental freedoms in accordance with our constitutional and international obligations, including through the establishment of an appropriate legal and regulatory framework which ensures the rights are fulfilled, including the right to freedom and to personal integrity and security. Recently, the President declared 2022 to be the year of civil society. This bears witness to the significance attached by Egypt to the civil society as a partner for development. Recently, an amendment was submitted to Parliament in order to reconcile the provisions contained in various laws and the executive regulations in the framework of the preparations underway to ensure the participation of everyone in COP27. Civil society's participation is highly recommended. Egypt is working constantly to protect the freedom of religion and faith. We are working with our religious authorities to promote tolerance and to fight against hate speech, intolerance, discrimination. In particular, we are helping the construction of additional churches, including more than 2,162 churches. The government spares no effort to ensure that citizens enjoy their economic, social and cultural rights in the framework of national and global development strategies, which embody Egypt's vision for 2030. Resources have been allocated and efforts have been made to provide housing and appropriate infrastructure, as well as to develop our wastewater treatment systems, improve education and social services, provide social protection programs, and ensure the economic empowerment of our citizens without discrimination. This has been done through many presidential initiatives, such as the right to decent living standards and solidarity. All of this while also paying great attention to persons with disabilities. In particular, we have a national action plan to reduce the economic and social impact of COVID-19, and Egypt is seeking to supply vaccines, measures have been taken and solutions have been found to empower women who must be protected against violence. And against sexual harassment. Egypt is careful to implement its international human rights obligations in close cooperation with the treaty body mechanisms and other mechanisms within the Human Rights Council. Recently, Egypt presented its national report to CEDAW, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and Egypt is about to finalize its mid-term report on the implementation of the Council's recommendations. Multilateral work is at the heart of human rights, and we must not yield to politicization and selectivity. We need to give priority to dialogue. There is no point in settling political scores or sowing discord and levelling accusations at each other. All this hampers the work of the Council. We call on all to move away from such approaches in order to achieve our goals. We should avoid approaches which seek to achieve goals that have nothing to do with human rights, but merely short-term political ends. Egypt will continue to help states ensure that everyone can enjoy their human rights without discrimination, while at the same time fostering peaceful coexistence and rejecting discrimination, including racial discrimination and hate speech. These rights are inalienable rights. A universal approach based on dialogue is the only way to ensure a better future for all. Thank you for all. Thank you very much.
I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Jan Bigel, Director General of the International Development Law Organization. Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, I have the privilege of addressing the Council at this critical moment on behalf of the only global intergovernmental organization exclusively devoted to promoting the rule of law. Over the past decade, we have seen a growing backlash against human rights, multilateralism, and international solidarity. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated these trends, further deepening inequalities, exacerbating fragilities, and exposing major trust deficits in governance. Just this week, the scourge of war returned to Europe as Ukraine joined the long and growing list of global crisis spots, including Afghanistan, Myanmar, and the Sahel. The International Development Law Organization works in all regions of the world, including the countries I mentioned. I am here today to share one simple message. If we want to protect human rights and promote peace and sustainable development, we must invest in the rule of law. Allow me to offer 3 reasons why. First, human rights and the rule of law have a symbiotic relationship. Neither can survive long without the other. The women and men who drafted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights understood that rights without remedies are little more than paper promises. In its preamble, the Universal Declaration calls for human rights to be protected by the rule of law. We see this truth in conflict zones and humanitarian crises around the world, where the rule of law is absent or has broken down, and where some of the most serious violations of human rights take place. At the same time, human rights provide the law with its moral content, helping distinguish the rule of law from rule by law. Without human rights, laws and institutions become mere instruments in the exercise of power. In a growing number of countries, justice institutions are being ignored, suborned, or undermined. Where the legal system should work to level the playing field and make even the least powerful feel that their voice is heard, It is instead used to promote the interests of the most powerful and influential, generating popular resentment and alienation. To help rebuild trust and ensure that rights are respected, IDLO's approach to the rule of law puts people and their human rights at the center. It incorporates both substantive justice and due process. We work from the bottom up to empower justice seekers and arm them with the knowledge they need to engage with laws and institutions that affect their lives. In the Sahel, for instance, we're working through community platforms called Cadre de Concertation